All right. All right. We live? We live? Is we live? No, we always gotta check. We always gotta check. I'm actually like more and more confident that I am live. Um, I just like saying it. Yeah, we are live. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hotep History Live show with your host, President Hotep Dubes. Hope you guys have had a productive and great day. Hope you ate well. Hope you did something physical, got active. Hope you learned something new. You know, having a great day overall. Let me see. Let's get the word out that I'm streaming. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it out there. I'll just be doing my thing, man. We doing this. All right. All right. We are live. We are live. So today I was, just going through the archives and doing what I normally do, doing my research and stuff like that. Was happening upon a bunch of stuff, and based upon when we were in the archives last night, I wanted to make sure that I could find some good success stories because that's what like Memphis and Mr. X they were asking. So I wanted to make sure that I actually had some good stuff. I found some cool things too, you know. So hopefully, you guys enjoy that. The book club, the Hotep History Book Club, y'all. Booker T. Washington working with the hands. We're gonna be reading that together. It's a longer read than Color Communism and Common Sense. So prepare for that. And I want you guys to, you know, be included in the discussion throughout the reading of the book, and then once the book is finally done, we'll have another spaces and stuff like that. So hopefully you guys are preparing for that. I know I am. I have interview with my boy Val on Saturday. You know what I mean? Hopefully you guys pop in for that. I'm shooting for 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Saturday, if he can make it. If not, it would be Saturday afternoon. I already asked him. I just gotta lock in a time, and we're gonna be going over the history of the underworld, true crime in Black America during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's where he kind of keeps his expertise. He does a very, very dope job. As a matter of fact, we can go over and over to his page real quick just to show you what I'm referring to real quick. So let's see. Look at my boy. How y'all been, man? How y'all been? Tapping in the chat, man. We're gonna be rocking tonight for a few hours. You know, let me know if I'm coming in clear. I don't sound funky, you know. But yeah, my man Val, he got great content. Great content. I ain't gonna lie. I actually want to work with him on some videos for real. His podcast is super dope. So yeah, this is my man Val. Make sure if y'all into true crime and history, make sure you follow my man. But yeah, he has just a bunch of dope posts. Like I said, he focuses mostly on like the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, how the underworld, intertwines and intersects with different things. Like this is Tyson Beckford, right? So how that intersects, uh, you know, just different, what am I trying to say? Moments in time, just different moments in time, moments in history of the underworld, true crime, and all of that. It's super dope. So make sure y'all check him out. So I got a few things lined up for us to tap into. I want you guys to Go on over to patreon.com/Hotep History. We're going to be going over some of the Patreon content today just to show you what you will be getting once you sign up. Just a little sneak preview of the things that we are cooking up over there, you know. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. We just getting started. So let's see. We can go to the first one here. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear it and all of that. So this is the story of Daniel Alexander Payne Murray, and you'll see why. I highlighted him in one of the videos. It's a short video. It's not going to take long, but it's extremely important though. Let's check it out. Daniel Alexander Payne Murray entered the world on March 3rd, 1852 in Baltimore, Maryland. His parents, George and Eliza, were former slaves. His father was a freed Methodist minister. Young Daniel attended the private academy of James Thomas in Baltimore, laying the foundation for his remarkable future. He was born free at a time where the institution of slavery was still entrenched in the South. His parents, who were free black citizens, provided him with a strong foundation for education and personal development. At age 9 in 1861, Murray became an apprentice to the wealthy Baltimore financier Daniel Murphy. This early exposure to meticulous record keeping shaped his later career. In 1866, at just 14 years old, Murray moved to Washington, D.C., where he secured a position at the Library of Congress as a personal assistant to Ainsworth Rand Spofford, the Librarian of Congress. This opportunity proved to be transformative as Murray quickly demonstrated his intelligence, diligence, and passion for knowledge. Over the years, he worked his way up the ranks, eventually becoming the assistant librarian. In doing so, he became one of the first black Americans to hold a professional position at the Library of Congress, breaking racial barriers in an institution that had long been dominated by white scholars and librarians. If you were wondering who was the first, it was John Francis Nicholas Wilkinson, but he worked in the Law Library of Congress from 1857 to 1912. One of Murray's most significant contributions to American scholarship was his extensive bibliography of Black American authors and works. By the late 19th century, he had begun compiling a comprehensive list of books, pamphlets, and other literary works by Black American authors. This project culminated in the publication of the, quote, preliminary list of books and pamphlets by Negro authors for the Paris Exposition and Library of Congress, which was exhibited at the 1900 Paris Exposition, something that we touched on in the last video. The bibliography was a groundbreaking effort as it provided concrete evidence of the vast and diverse intellectual output of Black Americans, countering prevailing racist narratives that suggested Black people were incapable of producing high-quality literature and scholarship. Murray's life intersected with key figures of his time. He was a member of the American Negro Academy, an organization founded in 1897 by Alexander Crummell and other Black intellectuals to promote Black American scholarship and to counteract racist pseudoscience. Through his participation in the Academy, Murray worked alongside other prominent Black scholars to advance knowledge and to challenge the systemic erasure of Black American history. In addition to his bibliography, Murray was instrumental in advocating for the inclusion of Black American literature in mainstream American libraries and institutions. He understood the power of knowledge and literacy in the fight for civil rights and was determined to ensure Black voices were preserved and recognized. His works in this area laid the foundation for later efforts in Black American archival studies and inspired future generations of Black librarians and historians, including me. Murray also played an active role in public discourse on racial issues. Throughout his life, he remained committed to the idea that Black Americans needed to document and control their own historical narratives in order to combat the pervasive racism that sought to diminish their achievements. In 1906, he dined with President Theodore Roosevelt at the White House, a rare honor for a Black American of that era. He maintained correspondence with W.E.B. Du Bois, providing crucial bibliographic information for Du Bois's studies at Atlanta University. Murray's work went beyond simple documentation. He was also deeply involved in advocacy and historical preservation. After 52 years of service, Murray retired from the Library of Congress in 1922. Despite declining health, he continued his research until his death at his Washington home on March 31st, 1925. His collection of 1,677 volumes and roughly 8,000 pamphlets by Black American authors became a cornerstone of the Library of Congress's colored author collection. Murray's death coincided with the Harlem Renaissance, a movement that would benefit tremendously from his preservation efforts. His methodical documentation of Black American literary achievement provided an invaluable foundation for future scholars, including Dorothy Porter Wesley and Arthur Alfonso Schomburg, who would continue his work of preserving Black literary history. Today, Murray's contributions continue to resonate. His efforts helped shape the field of Black American studies and inspired future generations of Black librarians, historians, and archivists. The work he began over a century ago remains relevant. As we continue to explore and uncover the vast contributions of Black Americans to literature and history, we owe a great debt to pioneers like Daniel Alexander Payne Murray, who understood the power of knowledge and fought tirelessly to ensure that Black voices were heard and remembered. All right. So, as you can see, when it comes down to Black American history, historically, our history has always been documented by us. That was the entire point. And that is the reason why Daniel Murray is so inspirational for me, is because, first and foremost, the volumes and the pamphlets that he had, went around the country and collected are the same volumes and pamphlets that I use as primary sources. And that's the reason why, for me, it's so poignant. It shows exactly the importance of what my job is, as far as being able to retell these stories to current generations so they know exactly where they come from, but also reaffirming all of the ethos that I talk about all of the time through the literary works and just the works period of the ancestors. And so I don't take this stuff for granted. I don't take it lightly at all. These things were being accomplished during different intervals of American history where it was not easily done. Like, these things were done with concerted, intentional efforts. They didn't slip and fall into these things. Like, they dedicated their minds, their bodies, their souls, their time to making sure that they got these things done. The intentionality of these people's works shows in the success. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure there are regular people out there who tried their best and didn't make it into the levels that they wanted to. But even in that, that's a spectrum, because you may not have, been a multimillionaire, but if you were able to take care of your family up until the time that you died and then left them a life insurance policy, you are a success. Like, you 100% did right by yourself. You did right by your family. Now, making it to, major notoriety and stuff like that, that takes extra work. And I think about this stuff all of the time. Like, I don't know if people actually understand how difficult it is to be remembered for 100 years. Like, I don't know if people take for granted or not, but it looks like they do. They take for granted history. Like, somebody is going to write this down. And it's like, that's not how history was ever really approached as it pertains to Black America. Black American men and women like Daniel Murray, they understood that it was extremely important to make sure that they compiled as many different perspectives from Black Americans who were writing things down, documenting things, publishing things, creating things, and making sure that that was preserved for generations to come. It was extremely intentional, and I owe his works an amazing debt, because without his works, I wouldn't be here. Without him compiling all of this stuff into the Library of Congress, and if you guys pay attention to some of my sources and some of the archives that I go into, it's from the Library of Congress. Daniel Murray has an entire collection still to this very day in the Library of Congress that is nothing but a bunch of Black American authors, publishers, publications. Like, so again, when I'm talking about primary sources, A big chunk of that is coming from that collection, is coming from the works of Daniel Alexander Payne Murray. And that's the reason why, for me, I know how important history is. Like I legitimately see living history. When I shout out King Randall, Maj Toure, et cetera, all of the people that I always big up, is because I know that those types of institutions are the institutions that will last for 100 years. Based upon all of the things that I've seen, based upon all of the things that I've studied, once you study enough, you'll realize a common theme, a common thread. And one of the common threads that I've always noticed is that, again, the three groups that I bring up all of the time: the industrious, the commercial, and the professional black American groups. The people who understand that the things that they are offering to the world are to better or advance or progress the people that will interact with it. Whether it's goods, whether it's services, whatever it is, they're doing it to aid the next man. They're doing it to help their community. And that is the reason why it's easier for those types of people to be remembered, because it's actually yielding positive results. So that's one of the videos. Shout out to Daniel Alexander Payne, because these narratives are extremely important, yo. Like I rant a lot about external parties telling our historical narratives and misconstruing, misinterpreting, and misunderstanding what the ancestors actually wanted to be documented or wanted the moral of their stories to be. Too many of our ancestors' stories have been reduced to a bunch of victim narratives that leaves the reader with nothing but sympathy, pity, sometimes apathy, demoralization. Like it does not inspire the reader. And when you look at the efforts of black Americans who were in the realm of history, or were in the realm of documenting black American experiences, they're going to talk about, the trials and tribulations for sure, but they're going to highlight all of the success, all of the achievement, all of the accomplishments over or in response to the trials and tribulations, because the entire point of the narrative is to inspire, educate, and motivate the reader. And it's extremely evident. They make it extremely clear. They don't, mince words. They don't double talk or anything like that. It has nothing to do with anything other than making sure that the reader is walking away from these stories with the ability, or with the mindset of, I have the ability to do the same thing as these people who wrote this book, to do the same thing as the people who actually created or invented or built or whatever they did. Like, I'm able to replicate and actually supersede those achievements based upon the fact that there isn't going to be too many people that came before you that had a better life than you. Like, the conditions in which they lived are not necessarily always going to be better. Like, if I had to guess, as generations go on, life gets a little bit easier, whether it be, socially, culturally, technologically. There are going to be things as generations go on that make the ease of it, increase. Back in the day, you had, restaurants and stuff like that, and just no fast food. Then fast food comes, and then you have delivery people, and then after that you have DoorDash and stuff like that. Like, just the advances over the generation. So if somebody was able to achieve great things, amazing things in the generation before you, with the the most updated technological advances for your time, should be able to replicate and supersede those things. And that was the entire point. Look at all of the success that your forebears have achieved based upon their wherewithal, their merit, their determination, their ambition, their work ethics, their belief systems, their faith, and all this other stuff. Look at what, it took for this older person to achieve what they achieved. Have that resonate with the reader and be inspired to do the same, or something similar, or something better. That is the entire point of history. The entire point of history is to make sure that you guys understand what happened before you, good and bad. But when it comes down to the morale, when it comes down to the moral of the story, it is supposed to be positive. And what has happened Once went away from the Daniel Alexander Payne Murray way of documenting, reading, and retelling our history, we have now flipped our entire history on its ear to where now it's only used to demoralize the reader, only used to enrage the reader, only used as a, you know, a placeholder for what oppression really is. Black Americans have been reduced to being model oppressed people. So whenever it's time to, you know, highlight mistreatment, whenever it's time to highlight, um, you know, whenever it's time to highlight racism or anything like that, they're always going to use Black Americans. You dig what I'm saying? And to have it one to one to be related in that way has done Black Americans, America in general, because I truly believe this negatively affects non-Black Americans as well, but mainly Black Americans, because you'll now have that demoralization being spat into, you know, back and forth inside of Black America, to where you'll have Black Americans telling other Black Americans, based on our history, this is the reason why this won't work. Based on our history, this is the reason why we're always going to be subjected to, you know, oppressive systems. Based on our history, they're never going to let us get a leg up. Based on our history, all of these, you know, negative things. And it should never be like that. It should always be based on our history. We should be able to invent. Based on our history, we should be able to innovate. We should be able to build and produce, grow, harvest, cultivate, all of these different verbs that come out of all of our ancestors' books. Nobody else. When you read directly from the ancestors, they do not speak in a demoralized tone. Even when they're addressing oppression, even when they're addressing the trials and tribulations, and they get descriptive. They talk about the whips. They talk about the brutality. They talk about the sexual assault. They talk about the abuse, all of it. And they're very, as far as the lexicon of our ancestors, their grasp on the English language and the written word was phenomenal. And they were able to express themselves in an extremely eloquent way, to where you can literally visualize what they're saying. It's almost poetic with a lot of our ancestral authors. It's incredible. I implore you guys to look into what your ancestors were writing. And of course, we're talking in a Black American sense, but as well as every other ethnicity and race in this country. Look up the history of your people and how they spoke, what the expectations they had for the future generations based upon the things that they were accomplishing in, you know, centuries prior. And for me, that is the reason why I go so hard. That is the reason why, if you're going to be one of those day one fans, you're going to be able to finish my sentences at a particular point, because I am not going to let this go. Too much of our history for too long has been bastardized and weaponized against us. It has been used to show time and time again that we're not worth anything, despite the deep, rich, vast history that we have in this country. It is incredible when you start to just go through the books, go through the archives, go through the volumes, and really see what the ancestors were up to and what they were getting done. It's a shame. It's a literal crime to me that all of the oppression, racism, discrimination, and all of this other stuff has overshadowed all of the advancements and progress and contributions that Black Americans have made. It's absolutely criminal. And I'm telling you, it was done intentionally. It's an afterthought. They have made Black Americans side characters in their own narratives. And you can't give me an example. Every highlight in mainstream history as it pertains to Black Americans are usually the side characters, and the main character is racism. And the main people who are, you know, perpetrating this racism are white people. Everything is surrounded by racism. Everything. They have made racism the end all be all to what Black American history is. Just a bunch of Black people in this country dealing with and responding to racism. That's it. That's what they have done. And that's the reason why, whenever it comes to even colloquially, jokingly, in jest, when they start talking, when anybody starts talking about the 20th century, the 19th century, all they have for you is slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, even when it's casual, you're making jokes and stuff like that. They're not making jokes of innovative geniuses in the 1910s or 1920 sense. They're not talking about the black business owners who owned, several businesses, several factories, manufacturing plants in 1910. They're not telling you about the hotel owners or the town builders or any of that. They only are going to tell you about Jim Crow, because Jim Crow was perpetuated or perpetrated by white people. It's always been to center everybody and everything else other than black people in black American history. And time again, they have shown that. You give me any mainstream story, whether it be Thurgood Marshall, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, whoever it is, it's always going to be, well, they were civil rights leaders that were fighting against racial oppression. Like, what about like I said, what about the industrious, the commercial, and the professional black Americans who are waking up every day, serving their community every day, employing people, black Americans, every day, coming together, using, their dollars, using their ethics, their morals and beliefs, coming together to forge, long lasting business relationships, long lasting professional relationships, personal relationships. Like, it's incredible. Like, when you really start to, like, yo, did you know that black Americans had housewife leagues, where housewives, black American housewives across the nation, will create clubs and leagues where they will come together and teach and fellowship with each other to be the best wives and mothers that they can be for not only their children but the community's children. Likewise, husbands had clubs and groups where they came together, congregated on how to be as the most distinguished men and viable men, successful men as possible. I talk about the National Negro Business League the way I do because that's such a phenomenal idea. And for it to not only just be a great idea, but actually, go and be, went into fruition in 1900, and still 125 years later, it's still going strong. It's a crime that out of the 50 million black Americans here, I don't even know if 1% knows about the National Negro Business League, despite it still being here right now, 125 years old, 125 years later. Not to mention all of the other national Negro associations that were created throughout the country. Like, this is vital information, and it wasn't ever created selfishly. It wasn't ever created in the name of just self-enrichment. 100%, everybody who creates something and provides a good or a service to somebody should 100% be enriched by that idea, especially if they're serving the people correctly. However, when I see these business owners coming together, not only are they 100% promoting themselves, promoting their businesses, promoting their wares and all of that, they are also promoting the fact that, yo, I can help you, especially because I know we can help each other. So if you don't have a job, if you are a little confused about what you want to do, you can be my apprentice and learn under me. And in a year's time, if you're diligent, if you have high work ethics, you could be a business owner yourself, or gainfully employed to where you can save your money, invest it, grow, build your wealth, be able to buy your home, take care of your family, et cetera, et cetera. Like, these ecosystems that were being, created all throughout the United States were being documented every day that they were in use in some way, shape, or form, usually the newspaper. And that's the reason why I go into the newspaper archive so much, because you're going to get a whole bunch of shit that you are not ever going to see. Like, even when I started the stream, T.H. Hayes, I'm pretty sure who knows T.H. Hayes, but he was a banker and an undertaker and a very successful man during his time. there needs to be the preservation of history in a way that it's not just one thing, because the only thing, like I said, as far as Black American history is concerned, is whatever prominent Black American was thinking or doing against whatever racism was doing. That's it. That's all we've been reduced to, a bunch of civil rights activists. That's what all of Black American history was. And I have people do these thought experiments like, yo, what? All right, so in the same way, in 2013, 2014, where Hotep and a lot of like-minded people saw Black Lives Matter for the fraud that it was since day one, some maybe even day two, right? We saw how fraudulent it was. We saw the psyop that it was when we went to their website, realized that they didn't have any real affinity for Black men, but they would also prioritize Black women, children, Black queer, and all this other stuff over Black men, even though the movement was created on the backs of dead Black men. That let me know, and a lot of other Black Americans, men and women, know that, okay, this is something to keep an eye on. And we started to see Shaun King and all his fraud, D-Ray and all his fraud. We getting information from Darren Seals, who was on the ground in Ferguson. Like, we're getting all of this information in real time. And so we were able to deduce, like, oh, Black Lives Matter is a complete waste of time. But that didn't, us and our objection to it, shouting it down, exposing it, like, HJ was one of the first people to expose that Shaun King was stealing Tamir Rice's family's money, like stealing his donations. So we, since day one, have been on the opposite side of that. So historically, what about the Black Americans who were against the civil rights movement in the way that they were doing particular things, in the way that they were forcing integration, even though most Black Americans and white Americans, for that matter, wasn't with that? In the same way, when I talk about the way the Black Panther Party was pushing communism, how about the Black Americans who were against that? Like, do y'all know what Black American business owners were thinking during the 50s and 60s? Do y'all know what the Black lawyers, the Black professional class, the Black industrious class, the Black commercial class, like, do y'all know what the sentiment was on the ground with Black Americans during that time? Or do you only know about this time through the lens of people who were actively engaging in this? And I remember 10 years ago watching all of these marches and then escalating to riots, because we saw just the play. We knew that they were just using this mobilization to destroy communities. And what type of strategy is that? A cop kills somebody, and your response to that as a people is to destroy the neighborhood that you live in. That can only, in the same way where I talk about our history being spat back at us by our ancestors' enemies, it's the same thing when it comes to the strategy on the ground when it comes to these riots and protests. You have people coming from outside of these neighborhoods, outside of Black America, period, coming into these marches or coming into these areas and being like, yo, let's tear all of this shit up. And then they go back home in their safe neighborhood that doesn't have a bunch of dumpsters on fire, that doesn't have a bunch of businesses bombed out, that don't have a bunch of homes spray painted, that's not, littered with trash and all of that other stuff, that doesn't have a bunch of police in there. They get to go back home. I'll never forget, I was watching a video. There was a riot in Washington, D.C., and it was spilling over into the Black neighborhoods. And it was a bunch of white people tearing shit up. So this Black guy who was from D.C. was like, yo, stop that shit. Like, what are y'all doing? Leave. What are y'all doing? Y'all are tearing up the neighborhood for what? And the white guy was like, come on, brother. It's the police. We're going against the police. He was like, yo, the Black dude asked the white dude, was like, yo, where are you from? You from here? He was like, no, I'm from Virginia. It's like, yo, what are you doing here? What are you doing in the middle of D.C. tearing up my neighborhood, and you live in Virginia in a quiet suburb somewhere? And this is what I'm talking about. So imagine when the riots and the protests and all of that is happening in the 60s. Do we honestly know what how black Americans viewed this from a strategic standpoint? Did they agree with the things that Dr. Martin Luther King was saying? And as I do more research, especially in the past decade, no. The answer was no. Black Americans wanted to do exactly what Booker T. Washington had prescribed, essentially, in general, just using his game plan as just a shorthand for the type of progress Black Americans wanted. They didn't want to be treated like a protected class. They just didn't want to be opposed or essentially, stomped out from the government. I tell you guys about the story of how the integration of schools happened and how the case of Brown versus Board happened, where the NAACP handpicked 5 families, including the Browns, to petition the government to desegregate and integrate the schools. So, up until that point, Black American parents, Black American teachers, educators, administrators, et cetera, and the students, obviously, they wanted adequate funding from their tax dollars. They pay X amount of dollars in taxes, and that money needs to come back in the form of proper funding for these public schools. That's what primarily the parents, the teachers, the educators, the administrators, and the students wanted. That's what they wanted, for the most part. Due to the fact that there were white schools who was obviously siphoning this money from the black tax base, the NAACP and others like them was basically saying like, yo, we just need to integrate into these already funded schools, or overly funded schools, if you're accounting for the fact that this money is literally being stolen from black taxpayers. That's the better strategy than to petition the Supreme Court to make sure that these tax dollars are being properly allocated, and then suing on that basis. Now, when it comes to the integration part, that still doesn't solve the issue. So even if we say, hey, let's do the integration thing, okay, when is that? How is that going to address the lack of funding in the black schools? So okay, the black kids have access to this white school who is still being overly funded by their black American tax dollars. Because remember, that was the issue to begin with. It wasn't that a bunch of black students wanted to go to class with a bunch of white students. As a matter of fact, I know it's a shocker to hear for some people, but black and white Americans know what they want to do. If black Americans wanted to go to white schools as a whole or in general, because there were going to be some that did, like I said, the NAACP, which was already a gradually integrated group, which I find ironic. The members or the founding members of the NAACP can integrate gradually and on their own volition, but now you want to force the rest of the country to do it, as opposed to letting the gradual integration happen based upon people's own merits and what they wanted to do. So if there was a black teacher that wanted to teach in a white school, or white teacher that wanted to teach in a black school just on their own volition, they had the choice to do that. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes down to the actual issue, it wasn't, yo, we want to get into white schools. It's we want the adequate funding that the white schools get, because we pay taxes as well. And there's documentation of white superintendents saying that, yo, black, when we have a high black population in a particular town, we love that because the black taxpayer dollars are going to go to our white schools. Like, they already knew what the play was, so they were open and boasting about this. Okay, this wasn't some, hiding it or being ashamed of it. They were proud of it. So with all of that documentation, you take that to the Supreme Court and making sure that black American tax dollars are being properly allocated to black American schools, because that's what it was. But even if we're going to focus on the integration, how does integration solve that problem? That was the first and foremost problem. The money is still not being properly allocated. And that is the reason why, after Brown versus Board happened, all you saw was just the demolition of a bunch of black schools, the firing of about 100,000 black American educators, administrators, teachers, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, a bunch of black students being harassed because now they're being integrated forcibly into white schools. That is what I'm saying. You can't tell me that black America is so dumb at this point of our history that they all just agree that, yo, this is a fair trade-off. Because remember, there is no solutions, only trade-offs. You can't tell me that black Americans as a whole wanted that. That, yeah, we'll rather just go to white schools and demolish all of our schools in our community. One of the because I remember going through the case, and I remember reading the reasons why these families wanted to integrate. And one of them are the Browns, which is what the case is named after. The Browns, they lived 2 miles away from the black school, and the white school was about a half a mile away from the house. And so they wanted to integrate based upon that. They wanted to, because the white school was closer, they wanted to integrate. So the white school was a half a mile, the black school was 2 miles away. Listen, man, that's their reason. What not? Of course, the other reason, which we already addressed, was of course these schools were also underfunded. So that's going to be the main issue, underlying issue. But then when we get into the intricacies of as to why integration should be an issue, should be the solution, that's what I'm talking about. All of the schools of the well, except maybe one, maybe two, because there were black schools that did have adequate funding in the South. But of the five families, the Browns school that child went to was underfunded, and it was further away. And then it was similar things when it came to the other families as well. So the two major issues when it came down to these families were distance and funding. Funding obviously being the main one, and then of course distance being a close second. So again, I truly believe that if we just fought for the adequate funding, black American education looks different. It does. And it's not to disparage any and all white teachers, because I'm pretty sure there were some dope white teachers or whatever. A lot of ancestors that I read about, they had like dope white teachers and stuff like that. So it's not to say all white teachers were discriminatory against black students. However, none, virtually none of the black American teachers were discriminatory towards black students. They had an extra level of affinity for the black students, an extra level of identification with the students, an extra level of understanding with these black students. I tell you the story about how teachers were community pillars back then. They were pillars of the community. Kids would gather around in their living rooms and on their porches to study together to get even more information. They would run them down, make sure they gave them Christmas gifts and stuff like that. Like, they were a part of the community. And when you have that type of ecosystem, it's extremely hard for a child to fail, because not only does your teacher give a damn about you, your parents obviously do, and then your classmates. Even kids are going to be kids. I'm pretty sure jokes were happening, and little teasing and stuff like that. You're going to have bullies and all that other stuff no matter what era you're in. But the fact that the teacher was a central figure in the community, in the school, it made it much easier for a student to pass. Just for that level, just that extra level of compassion and proximity that the teachers had. And that's the reason why I go so hard about yesteryear and being a traditionalist, is because we're losing so much of the infrastructure of what made Black America Black America. It's been transformed by people who are not from us, being introduced and then being adopted by people, by us, and then it having a extremely detrimental result. And there's so many different examples, especially from the late 50s, the 60s, going into the civil rights era and all of that other stuff, and then of course the 70s. Like, you can see it. You can see the difference in tone in publications. You can see the difference in tone when it comes to Black American narratives. It's all about racism. It's not about personal development anymore. Our ancestors, fresh off the plantation, had every reason to hate white people. Every reason. But they were more focused on developing themselves. They were more focused on learning how to read. They were more focused on getting to that black town that they heard about while in bondage. They were more focused on, making sure that they were the most viable people available when it came to certain, goods and services. Like their ambitions and determinations were not surrounded about around white people. They just wanted, they just didn't want to be impeded on their progress. That is it. Like when it comes to the conservative view of limited government, black Americans are going to be pretty much the epitome of that. You dig what I'm saying? Like it was government sanctioned for them to be considered livestock just a generation ago. So of course they want less and less government intervention in their lives because we see what happens when the government intervenes. Now, in the same vein, when it came down to politics, they wanted to make sure that this stuff was for their personal self-interest. So if they are going to interface with the government, it's going to be extremely clear as to what they want. And they were extremely clear as to what they wanted. They wanted full citizenship. That's it. They wanted full citizenship to be created, be treated equally. That's what they wanted. Special treatment and all that other stuff wasn't really what they wanted. You dig? So the ability to build a town and have it sustain itself was exactly the mission. That was the vision. Now you had some former slaves who were, bent on revenge, and you had that. I ain't gonna lie, you had a lot of former slaves. I'm not gonna say most or anything like that, but a considerable amount. If I had to give an estimate, I'd say anywhere between 5 and 10% of slaves who were like legitimately like, nah, I'm crashing out, I'm free, and I'm participating in every raid, every revolt, every like insurrection. Like that's what the type of time they were on for sure. And I mean rightfully so. Like at that point, you're talking about killing your slave owner. You're talking about directly, battling, your oppressor at that point. So I'm not mad at that. But for the large, majority of black Americans, the ancestors, they just wanted development. They wanted to build themselves up. And that's the reason why when you search the word Negro, search the keywords Negro progress in the archives, you have endless books because that's what they were all about. By 1908, look at the literacy rates, fresh out of slavery versus today. Money, as far as like bank accounts, land ownership, how many acres people have. Like it was nothing to learn that your peoples had 20 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres, 1,000 acres. Like that was something that was more common than people give the histories credit for. And for me, it's my job to show y'all this, to reconfigure what it means when you hear the words Black American history. Martin Luther King, the more I learned about his political legacy, I definitely disagree with him more and more. But Black Americans should learn about him. Likewise, all of the other big names. But there are too many names that were, forgotten in time. They weren't hidden because I have access to them in 2025. They weren't hidden, but they were definitely forgotten. Too many people have gone unsung. We're talking about millions upon millions of people spanning 500 plus years, and you only know about a handful of them. Off the top of your head, you could probably list off about 24 notable black historical figures, and more than likely, the great majority of those people are going to be surrounded by the civil rights era. You'll get a Charles Drew, dealing with medicine and stuff like that, which is dope. But for the most part, it's going to be activism. It's going to be political activism, and that's not all of what Black Americans are. As a matter of fact, it's a very small, percentage of them. I mean, just think about Black Lives Matter and the protests and all of that other stuff today. Thousands of people out there, but there's 50 million Black Americans. I know that's count. I know that's including immigrants and stuff like that. But just as a number, period. Because even if you just focus on Native Black Americans, that's still what, like 40 million. So still, the great majority of Black Americans are not out there in the streets marching, protesting, and rioting. They're not. And if you were to ask most Black Americans, do you agree with tearing down your community to prove a point? Most of them will say no, because most of them work in these places. When you tear down the Dunkin' Donuts, for the most part, Black Americans work in that Dunkin' Donuts if it's in a predominantly Black neighborhood. So what about the Black people who worked at Dunkin' Donuts, or the potential Black American owner of that franchise? Like, what are we doing? So again, a very small percentage, or a very small minority of Black Americans are taking up the majority of our historical narratives. And I'm here to fix that. I'm here to remind you guys of our our industrious ancestors, our commercial ancestors, our professional ancestors, our inventive ancestors. Like, these are the people who need to be highlighted and lauded. And I would even argue that it was more important than the activists. So let's get to the chat. What's going on? Let's see. We got Taurine in here. Shout out to you. We got Vincent in here. We got Bert in here. Separate but equal would have solved a lot of race problems. Yeah, and you'll have a lot of people argue against the whole separate but equal, Plessy versus Ferguson, and all of that. And listen, I hear them, but I truly believe that the way that Black Americans have been treated, as if they didn't know any better or couldn't have done any better, is the problem. I really do. I really do think that, because people always treated Black America, well, outside of Black America, treated Black Americans as if they were, a bunch of children who needed to be lorded over, is the problem. I said it last night on the stream. It's like, when it came down to the Hays codes in Hollywood, that's the rules of the motion picture industry. And one of the rules that they had was, there's no interracial kissing. That's what they said in the code. But then the person that was letting me know this information kept phrasing it like, oh, Black people weren't allowed to kiss white people. And again, it's all about framing. You're framing it as if it's the Black person that is that wants to desperately kiss this white person on screen, or be romantic with this white person on screen. Like, you're not even putting the onus on the other party. So again, when it comes down to just perspective and points of views, I'm just against the way Black Americans have been portrayed in our history, especially, or specifically rather, in the past 60 years. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. You think about Roots. Roots is absolutely made up. It's made up. You dig what I'm saying? It's made up. But that is historical references for people. Like, people were shown Roots in school as a history lesson. Absolute fiction being taught to children in classrooms, white and Black, as if it was actually true. So while you're watching Roots in the classroom, you dig what I'm saying? You could be learning about all of the industrious Black Americans who lived during that time that they're, purporting to be talking about. Like they have 100% psyoped black Americans, the American population, period, but black Americans specifically, to literally have no respect and no reverence for where they come from. No reverence for where they come from. Absolutely no pride. And don't even get me started when it comes to the differences in, you have some of the same issues no matter where you go in this country. But I will say, as we saw when we're on Earl's page, looking at all of these landowners in the 21st century in 2025, a lot of these people are in the South. And a lot of those people who have this land were, inherited to them. You dig what I'm saying? Like they inherited this land. So just by proxy of that, they have a closer relationship with their history. Even if not all of Black America in their town or in their region or whatever, they understand the history of their great grandfather, their grandfather, their great 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 grandfather or mother. They have a closer relationship with that because of the inheritance. It's passed down to them. So his father is going to tell him stories about his father, and then his father is going to tell him stories about his grandfather, et cetera, et cetera. So they have a closer relationship. Now that does happen up north as well. I'm just saying that when it comes down to particular things, you'll see a little bit more intact historical reverence in the South, just a little bit more than the North, because the idea after the Great Migration was, in full swing, was that the proximity to these quote unquote good white people, because you got to remember, there was a very, very small Great Migration right at the end of slavery where a lot of people went up north. I mean, up north was the place that they escaped slavery, you know what I'm saying, excuse me. So that relationship with, the North has more freedom, more rights, et cetera, and that's based upon the infrastructure that's created out there between Black and white Americans. They get along a little bit better. Now, in certain ways that's true, in certain ways it wasn't. In certain ways where, the racism was just as bad, if not worse, up north. But then you also have to give credence to that there was, in certain instances, better race relations up north than it was in the South. The only reason why I give this nuance is because we already went over the study where it clearly stated that economically, moving up north, for the most part, didn't really see any advantages, just because of the expenses. You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of money that you are making now, you still have to pay your bills, and these up north bills are more expensive. However, down south, you had a larger propensity to be able to own land at this time. And so even when it comes down to sharecropping, we have all heard of the horror stories of sharecropping, which we should, but we also have not heard the proper amount of success stories that come out of sharecropping as well. So again, being able to give these nuanced and full 360 views of our history is extremely important, and people need to understand that. They have to understand that. So I say all of that to say shout out to Daniel Alexander Payne Murray. So let's go to the next one. So while that's loading up, get some comments off. Is Brown versus Boer considered a part of the civil rights era? Yeah, of course. They kicked it off. 1954. I never seen Roots, but that's facts. Yeah, absolutely, man. I've only seen clips of it. I haven't watched it. So I was telling y'all about Booker T. Washington and how he had an entire spy ring working at Tuskegee, and he called it the Tuskegee Machine. And I think it was super dope. So this one's a little bit longer, so I'm going to be doing the pauses. I didn't pause during the first one just because it was only 5 minutes long. This one is twice as long. So, I'll be pausing and doing my commentary. But this is just a little promo for the Patreon. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Patreon.com/Hotep History. This is the type of stuff you're going to be learning behind the paywall. So let's get into it. In the heart of Alabama, at Tuskegee Institute, Booker T. Washington was more than an educator. He was a masterful strategist who headed a secret spy organization known as the Tuskegee Machine. His influence extended across the South, shaping education and political progress with pragmatism, foresight, and decisive action. Washington understood the necessity of power in a resistant world. By day, he championed practical education and self-reliance, empowering generations to build better lives. But by night, he oversaw a network of operatives who ensured his vision faced no unchecked threats. The Tuskegee Machine was a carefully orchestrated web of informants and allies dedicated to protecting and advancing the cause of Black American uplift. In 1898, Washington's network began monitoring the National Afro-American Council, an early civil rights organization. His operatives reported on internal debates such as the council's 1899 Rochester meeting, where Bishop Alexander Waters clashed with I.W. Wells over prioritizing anti-lynching campaigns versus economic initiatives. Washington used this information to position his own approach, economic self-reliance, as the practical path, gaining favor with donors who prioritize stability. This led to a $5,000 or, adjusted for inflation, $200,000 donation from New York banker J.P. Morgan, which Washington used to fund Tuskegee's mechanical arts program. So, I was telling y'all this. I'm glad that I had a shorter video that talked about this. But Booker T. Washington had no problem crowdfunding from these people. And so he got $5,000, which adjusted for inflation was $200,000. And then he used it to invest in Tuskegee. And I want to say that this is a picture of Tuskegee. This is a picture of Tuskegee. So again, when y'all start hearing people tell you, oh, you sound like the white man and all this other shit, or when it comes down to seeing particular relationships between black and white people, you got to understand that there are going to be good white people there. And this is another thing that people need to get over. That, yo, son, there are going to be white people that really do not care about any of this stuff. I tell people all of the time, most white people are indifferent to this stuff. They don't care either way. They're not focused or worried about black people. They're really not, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? I know that there are going to be some staunch racists out there, or going to be people who, you know, believe black Americans don't deserve rights or whatever, you know, that group is. But for the most part, yo, white people are indifferent. They're not sitting here, you know, with this whole white supremacist, you know, ideology and, you know, all of that stuff. It's not a thing. And I've noticed just throughout my studies too many different times or instances where black and white men were coming together on mutual terms and mutual progress and work together just fine. Despite all of the racism going around, despite all of the, you know, discrimination that was happening and all of that other stuff, there were positive relationships between white and black people. It's a fact. In every interval. I don't care if you're talking about the Revolutionary War or Jim Crow, like, it does not matter. Like, people have to understand that what makes, like, do you honestly, for the 21st century people who do interact positively with white people, like, why do y'all think y'all are like the most progressive people to ever walk the face of the earth? That you think 100 years ago, 150 years ago, a black man and a white man, or a black woman and or a white woman could actually fellowship with one another on their own terms? Like, think about that. Like, why do you think that? And again, this goes, like, this is the reason why I talk about history the way I do, because so much of what people believe about race relations or the opposite race is hinged upon the way they were told their history about these two groups of people. So when you hear about there were white men that were involved in slave revolts, when you hear of the white men that were involved in the insurrections fighting alongside black slaves, it turns it completely upside down. When you talk about the left-hand marriages that was happening in colonial America, where white men were literally marrying black women and having mixed children. When you just see all of the different nuances of history, you again just have a different approach to our narratives. You have a different understanding of the narratives. And for me, when I look at these relationships, and we're going to get into more money, like we're going to get into more money, but when I'm looking at people be like, yo, you getting money from white people, this supposed to be a black owned this and a black owned that. It's like, yo, the black owned business owners throughout our history focused on black Americans first and foremost. They wanted to make sure that they provided goods and services to their immediate community, square business. You dig what I'm saying? But do you think they were closed to doing business with white people? Like that was the preferred relationship, business. You know, nothing personal, strictly business. Like I believe that's where that term even comes from. Like that phrase, I believe that's where it comes from. Where we don't have to be the best of friends to do business with each other. You have the labor, I have the money, let's work. Or I have the labor, you have the, like however it works out, as long as it's mutually agreed upon, we can do business. And again, when you start thinking about integration, it's like, yo, that's what they wanted. They wanted, when you forcing this integration, they wanted the sentiment to be what these gradual integrationists did. But that integration is completely different because they weren't forced to fellowship with one another. They weren't forced to be like, oh, y'all should be friends. Like, nah. I see what he's got going. I may want to do business with him, I may not. Like it's let the people make the choice. But the reason why you think this is a wise thing is because history has you believing that it was like the streets was just paved with white people foaming at the mouth, ready to kill the very first black person that they saw. And it's like, yo, that's what you get when you are watching all of these different movies from a particular time in the past. And they're showing you the narrative that, yo, it was like unfettered racism, wall to wall. Every white person that you would ever come in contact with will want you lynched. Like, that's how they portrayed it. I know, I remember growing up and watching these movies and being like, yo, son, like, white people are fucking evil, son. Despite me having white friends in elementary and middle and, you know, like, it's despite all of that, like, the movies, the media would have me believe every white person is racist. And then you'll have, what's that white lady name? Jane Elliott. Isn't she one of the people, one of the people that say that every white person is racist by default, like you born racist and all some of this stuff, like, and that gets into a whole conversation about like white guilt and all this other shit. But it's like, yo, son, black people were capable of being like yes or no. Like they were able to make the decision whether or not they wanted to do business with a white person. And everybody should have that freedom to do. Everybody should have that ability to make that decision for themselves. And not forcing your daughter to go into a white school, which is an extremely hostile environment because it's being forced. Like that's just not what it is. Like it's fantasy. It's fantasy to paint history this way. It's detrimental fantasy too. Like it's not even like fantasy that's gonna, like, yo, for all of the hell that I give like the people who make up silly bullshit like Willie Techman Jenkins and Pierre Neptune, who created Hennessy and shit like that, at least that shit is trying to give something positive out. It's a lie from the pits of hell, but at least it's positive. These motherfuckers be lying about our history, and it be about like it be to demoralize you. It's to strike fear in you. Like Roots was not real at all, but the feeling that you had watching that shit, if you did watch it, was of, yo, fuck these racist ass white people and poor black man, poor black woman. Pity the black man, hate the white man. That's what they wanted. Because that causes more confusion, and then that confusion allows you to be preyed upon ideologically, politically, socially, and culturally. They can prey on you. They can prey on your demoralization. That's the entire point. The point is to demoralize you and then manipulate you and dictate your moves through suggestion, through force, or however they do it. Their entire motive is to keep you under their control. Because if you were to do your own independent research, you would see that a lot of the narrative of Black American history is a bunch of bullshit. As far as the mainstream is concerned, Driving Miss Daisy and all this other shit, like all of these different stories and shit like that. Look up the people who make these movies. Look them up. Look up the person who made up Driving Miss Daisy. Look up the person who made up, who created Mississippi Burning and all of that other shit. Like, the historical narratives of Black America, when they want to tell you about the early to mid 20th century, anywhere between 1900 and 1960, they gonna hit you with some shit. That's why I appreciate Sinners. Like, yeah, they had the obviously the racist element, but it wasn't the end all be all to the film. It was surrounded around black people. That was the narrative. And it had a mixed cast. You had Asians, you feel me? If you looked in town on Sinners, you seen that they had a tamale shop, so clearly there were Mexicans in this area. You had white people. So again, there's a way to depict racism during a particular time in our country without it being over exaggerated. And I know a lot of people going to listen to this back or clip me up, you feel me, and try to make it seem like I'm caping for white people. I'm just caping for the truth. I'm caping for the truth, and that's where me and a lot of people we disconnect, because they'll rather enjoy a sweet lie instead of the bitter truth, and I'm here to give you the truth. Nah, not every white person was running around being racist, bro. Like, that's not what it was. Now, when it comes to social norms, they may not have lauded black people as the greatest people ever, or had, the highest regards of respect about them and shit like that, based upon, stereotypes in the media and shit like that. But to like think that they were like calling for the lynching of every Negro possible, or treated them terribly just off virtue, like, nah, son. You had racist people, and then you had people who weren't, and then you also had people who were indifferent. That's just the truth. As we know, in 1900, Washington founded the National Negro Business League to wield economic influence. Through this organization, he not only promoted black entrepreneurship, but also gathered intelligence on emerging businesses and potential rivals, ensuring his vision of economic self-reliance remained dominant. In 1901, his operatives uncovered a plan by the Alabama State Board of Education to impose stricter licensing requirements on black teachers, potentially disqualifying many Tuskegee graduates. Washington's informants obtained the board's meeting minutes, revealing the proposal's details. He mobilized allies, including white educators like William G. Wilcox, who lobbied the board. This plan was abandoned, and Tuskegee's teaching program gained a $7,000 grant, or $260,000 adjusted for inflation, from the Peabody Education Fund to enhance its curriculum. So again, another strategy that Booker T. Washington was using. Getting information. I'm still flabbergasted as to how he got those minutes. Like, how did he get those proceedings from these meetings? But he had people in different places. So imagine, son, like, you have an entire entourage of men. Hold on. Let me, because I see that it's not really showing for y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Just move it up a little bit so y'all can see it. But hopefully y'all can see it better. But Booker T. Washington has an entire crew of men who are going to these different places, checking out these different businesses. So imagine, son, you got an entire spy ring of dudes going to different businesses, white and black, taking notes. You feel me? Like, all right, he got these many customers coming in. He making this roughly amount. Da 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 da. Like, taking all these notes and reporting it back to Big Book. They reporting it right back to Big Book, like, yo, I heard they having a meeting and they're trying to increase or make more stringent the tests for teachers, and it's going to negatively affect black teachers. Booker T is like, Big Book. I call him Big Book. It's like, all right, boom. I'm about to call my guys, let them know, yo, listen, We can't go for that. You got to knock that out. And not only that, I do think that if you invest in my school, this would not only show good faith and all of that, you feel me? Because Tuskegee is on the up and up. We are educating Black Americans, but it also will show that you were truly against, making it harder for Black teachers to teach. 7,000 to do it, which adjusted for inflation, if y'all can't see it, $260,000. You feel me? $260,000. So he's already up, what, about $500,000 adjusted for inflation. Going crazy. Going crazy. In 1902, Washington's operatives monitored Atlanta University, where W.E.B. Du Bois taught. They uncovered an $8,000 budget shortfall, or about $293,000 adjusted for inflation, in declining enrollment due to its focus on liberal arts over industrial training. Washington shared these details with donors like John D. Rockefeller, contrasting them with Tuskegee's 1,200 students in self-sustaining programs. By 1904, Rockefeller had increased his annual donation to Tuskegee by $25,000, or $886,000 adjusted for inflation, while Atlanta University's funding stagnated. Dog, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. $886,000, fam. And let it be known that I said yearly contribution. This is what he was getting yearly from Rockefeller. So at one point he was probably getting like 15 or something like that. Then he boosted it up to 25 grand a year, fam. Now, again, here's where the conspiracy theorists and the haters and the naysayers and all these other people that I'm just grouping up into one group, they're going to say that the white man controls this. They're going to say this is all he's just another arm of white supremacy and all of that because Rockefeller is giving this much money. And I told y'all, it's not about solutions, it's about trade-offs. So, what is the trade-off? If I'm John D. Rockefeller, why am I giving this Negro $25,000? Well, I'm giving Booker T. Washington $25,000 because, first of all, he's a decorated Negro, and he has a school. This school is creating laborers. These laborers need jobs, and I have factories. So, if I pay this distinguished Negro, who was clearly creating a workforce out of Black Americans, doing work that I need to be done in my factories, I'm essentially investing in my future employees coming out of Black America. And because I have a positive relationship with Booker T. Washington, when it's time to do the referral thing about where, a graduate should work, it'll be in one of my factories. It'll be in one of my businesses, using that labor that I invested in. And if you ask me, that's fair exchange, no robbery. Because at the end of the day, Booker T. Washington, as we know, was sending graduates to Black towns to build on those, to Black businesses to build in those. It was enough graduates to go around. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like, that's a mutually beneficial relationship. You get some of my workers, you get some of my graduates as workers, and you give me the bread. Boom. And then I use that bread to build up my school, which is going to create more graduates that I can send to your factory, send to these different Black businesses, and everybody eats. Keep giving me these yearly contributions. This is just strategy. You see the reason why I say that we need to implement more stoicism in our politics and in our business, because this is what you get when you are treating this in a regulated emotional way. You can have feelings, you're a human being, but you have to be able to regulate them, son. Like, you have to be able to regulate. And so my entire endeavor is to show y'all the positive results of approaching business with less emotion and more stoicism. Booker T. Washington said in his 1895 Atlanta Exposition speech that Black and white men need to come together in every manly way in the South. And then what he meant by manly was this. This is manly. Doing square business with another man. That's manly. We don't have to be best friends. He famously said, we could be as separate as the five fingers, but come together as one in the hand of mutual progress. So we don't have to be best friends. I don't think Booker T. Washington and Rockefeller was, having drinks together. They might have, but I don't think that was the nature of their relationship. I think that it was business. with a little bit of personal in there. It wasn't personal, wholly personal with a little bit of business. No, it was mostly business with a little bit of personal. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Earn that respect. Continue to earn that respect or disrespect if you act crazy. But that's how it should be. You don't have your emotions all tied into it, because at that point you're not operating from a place of actual understanding. You're operating from a place of where, like, this is what you expect of somebody based upon how you feel and not what they're actually showing you. It's the same thing when it came to a lot of people voting for Barack Obama. Like, it had nothing to do with the policies or anything like that. It was because of the emotional attachment that they had, not only with him being a black man, but also just the cool shit that he was doing. He got a wicked jump shot. He got a fucking temp fade and shit like that. He got a Caesar, rather. You know what I'm saying? He's a great orator. All of these different things that they liked about him. They just liked him as a person. They really didn't give a damn about him as a viable president or not, but he was so cool that people liked him, and a lot of people voted for him. So again, that when it comes down to approaching these things, I think stoicism is better. Because another example would be when I want to say Coolidge was running for president, and he basically said, like, yo, I'm not necessarily here to like save black America. However, there is enough of black Americans who have the wherewithal, the work ethic, and determination to actually, make a change in their community. And he was behind that. And he ended up donating, adjusted for inflation, $9 million to Howard University. So again, it's just, when you're approaching these things with stoicism, I think you get a lot more than leading with your emotions. It only makes sense to me. Adjusted for inflation, while Atlanta University's funding stagnated. This financial boost allowed Tuskegee to expand its facilities, cementing Washington's model as the preferred approach. In 1903, his informants in Montgomery uncovered a legislative proposal to cut $15,000, or about $538,000 adjusted for inflation, from black schools' budgets and redirecting them to white schools. Washington mobilized Julius Rosenwald, who lobbied Governor William Jelks with letters and private meetings. The proposal was defeated, and Tuskegee gained an additional $5,000, or $179,000 adjusted for inflation, for its agricultural program, directly expanding its capacity to train skilled farmers. So, we just talked about Brown versus Board, and the major problem being the underfunding of black schools. Now, you've seen the way they responded to it in 1954. It was just a complete demolition of black schools in lieu of just going to white schools. You see, the way Booker T handled it is that he had his spies infiltrate and get information, get intel, and then use his connects, Julius Rosenwald, who hit his mans and was able to get that stuff struck down. You see the difference in strategy? One is privately done, that's going to help the public, and then another one is publicly done, that's going to hurt the private. You feel me? Like, this is the reason why strategy is so important. And this is the reason why knowing the history of different strategies is important, because for the most part, black America, again, our history is being told that, yo, if you're going to, make change in black America, you have to be ready to do what Brown versus Board did. You have to be ready to do the civil rights movement again. You have to be ready to be the Black Panthers again and uphold, all of the politics that come with all of these things. And you don't have to. You could do it like this. You can have relationships with local politicians and be able to get stuff struck down based upon what you provide your particular area. This is Booker T. Washington that we're talking about. So what he contributes to America is, you can't even question it. So that's already there. Then he has the connections that he has. Julius Rosenwald, who knows XYZ, who's going to be able to get this stuff struck down. And then and another way of just showing good faith, they're going to donate considerable amounts of money, private money, to a private institution that's going to advance private black American citizens. Adjusted for inflation, $179,000. So look at this. Like, look at the strategy. This is just one man, son. Like, this is just one man and his crew getting this stuff done. You multiply this throughout the South, you multiply this throughout the United States, period, and you have a powerhouse. So when people talk down on Booker T. Washington, saying that he was against politics and he was just placating and being an accommodationist to white people, like, this is what was actually happening. Y'all can call it whatever. So imagine you Uncle Tom and all this other shit, and you are getting adjusted for inflation 200 grand here, 150 grand here, 180 grand here. You getting 800 grand here. Like, dog, you can call it whatever the fuck you want, bro. I'm actually making things happen. All you niggas running your mouth saying that I'm doing shit wrong, y'all not building shit. I have these relationships with these people, and I'm doing it, and I'm not being walked at all. Like, there is no pet Negro, you know what I'm saying, token Negro shit going on here. They paying what they weigh in their relationship with me. Like, I'm friends with Carnegie, Rockefeller, Rosenwald, all of these different white dudes and Jewish dudes. You feel me? And I got these relationships, and they paying what they weigh when it comes to me. They not giving me a bunch of words and lip service pause. Like, they are actually, we standing on business for real. Like, we actually getting shit done. Like, I'm getting like bread, and I'm able to build. Like, I bought this bus with the money. I was able to invest in my institutions based on this bread that I'm getting. We all businessmen at the end of the day. You know, motherfuckers get to talking about seats at the table and all of that. This is what it actually looks like. What y'all getting now is tokenism. You know what I'm saying? No, this is actual seats at the table, where the actual members of the table respect everybody there. You're not just a token. So while I'm sitting there and I'm sitting next to John D. Rockefeller, or I'm sitting next to these titans of industry and all of that, they not looking at me, or even if they are, they know to check that shit at the door, because when we sitting at this table, I'm getting X amount of dollars from these dudes. I'm getting 5 grand, 20 grand, 10 grand, so I can go back to my side and invest in it. Like, there are countless black Americans who are being helped based upon this relationship that I have. So again, if you were told history in the proper context, you wouldn't even look inherently at Booker T. Washington as the token Negro or the inferior, and you wouldn't automatically look at these white people as superior. But because of the way you've been told history, you hear that, oh, because this motherfucker didn't walk around hating white people all day, and he was able to do business with white people on their own volition, oh, the white man had to have been in power. The white man had to have the upper hand. Or you was told history correctly, and this is just solid business. This is just square business. That these white dudes see, you feel me, something in what Booker T actually has to offer the American culture, the American innovation, and they want to get behind that. I want to see, like, in an era of the early 20th century, where Jim Crow laws and all of that is running rampant, why would these white dudes give Booker T. Washington, at this point, we only 3 minutes into a 10-minute video, and they already gave this man over $1 million adjusted for inflation? Why would a bunch of white men do that? What incentive, like what is forcing these men, if that's the way y'all view history, like, what is forcing these rich ass men to give Booker T. Washington his bread? Other than square business, other than the fact that they respect his body. They respect how he moves. Not only that, Booker T. Washington has the wherewithal to have a team of spies, my nigga. He has spies. Do y'all not know? Do y'all have spies? Do you have a group of people right now that is reporting information to you on a consistent basis? Like, look what he's getting done. Like, yo, look how he's giving it up, son. Like, he's going crazy. Just off the spy ring alone, adjusted for inflation, he already has accumulated $1 million just from information, son. Yo, I know you may have been looking for black American schools to invest in. You already know how I give it up over here at Tuskegee. I'm gonna let you know. I know Atlanta University may be one of the candidates that you was looking at giving your money to, but I'm here to tell you that they are not focused on vocation. They're not focused on industrialism, commercialism, or professionalism. They're focused on, uh, liberal arts and shit like that, bro. Like, all I'm saying is Tuskegee, we have an agricultural program that's we need, we need a truck. We have bricklayers. We got carpenters. We got welders, electricians. Like, we got a bunch of fire shit over here, and we could sure use $5,000. We can sure use $5,000. Rockefeller and them, Rosenwald and them was like, all right, that makes sense. We're gonna wire it over. We're gonna send the check. Now they doing business, and then these white dudes get to go to Tuskegee and see their money at work. That bus wasn't there. We copped the bus. You feel me? This equipment and all of that. Like, you see the machinery we got in here. Like, you see this new wing that we built. Yeah, that's what that, like. So of course, remember Junius Groves, right? Y'all remember the story of Junius Groves? And you see how, like, these men are all in the same circle. But Junius Groves, the sharecropper or the landlord, right? Fronts him 9 acres of land. Fronts him 9 acres. He get 3 acres. He used 3 acres for white potatoes, 3 acres for sweet potatoes, and then 3 acres for watermelon. 9 acres. He G's up for the harvest. Makes more money than the landlord expected. Pays the landlord back. The landlord, seeing the way Junius just worked that soil, like how he was whipping that shit up. Him and his wife was out there like, you turned 9 acres into this? The connect, this is how the landlord was. He was treating him like a connect. Like, yo, all right, I'm gonna give you, instead of 9, I'm about to give you 21 acres. So I'm gonna double what you already had. And you know what Junius and his wife did? They G'd that up. And they kept flipping, kept reing up, flipping, reing up and flipping, to the point that they literally had thousands of acres of land and were the #1 exporter and exporter of potatoes in North America. Not the United States only, but he was also Mexico and Canada. A black man and his wife working together. His landlord was white. He got to start from a white man. And his white and he worked out a better deal. He negotiated a better deal than most sharecroppers at the time. You feel me? He cut a better deal than most sharecroppers. Most sharecroppers had to pay 50% of their yields to pay back the loans that they got. And then on the loans, it was anywhere between 50 to 100% interest. Junius worked out a deal when he only had to give him a third. But I don't think it was any interest on that. So he worked out a sweet ass deal, G'd up, made his money, and then became the potato king of North America. Square business. One of the most notable challenges Washington faced came from Du Bois, who advocated for immediate civil rights through the Niagara Movement. In 1905, at the Harper's Ferry meeting, Washington's operatives were present. They reported back on specific conflicts, like Du Bois' heated clash with William Monroe Trotter over the leadership and strategy of the organization. Trotter wanted aggressive protests, while Du Bois favored intellectual advocacy. Washington used this intel to privately persuade moderates like Mary Church Terrell to distance themselves, offering them roles in his own initiatives. Son. Yo, son. I love the way he was moving back then. So, I told y'all Booker T. Washington extended the olive branch to W.E.B. Du Bois. Told him, like, yo, fam, we can work together. We're better, together than apart. Hit him with that shit. But W.E.B. Du Bois, he wasn't trying to hear it. And he went on to create the Niagara Movement. And I would assume that W.E.B. Du Bois thought that was the end of it. like the way I imagine is that W.E.B. Du Bois, he come out the meeting He like, oh, Booker dead ass trying to sun me. He dead trying to make it seem like I need to be under him, like I'm not who I am, and I got all of this influence. Motherfuckers listen to me. I wear these nice snazzy suits and shit. My mustache is all lit and all this other shit. I'm WEB motherfucking Du Bois. How dare he talk to me like that? Fuck it, I'm about to create the Niagara movement. He do all of that, and he think he lit. And whole time Booker T is on his body. Like, just imagine the first meeting, or this meeting rather. Just imagine this meeting. Everybody's gathering together, and it's just one dude that they never really seen before. But they let him rock because, you know, this is for the advancement of colored people and all this other stuff. So he in the audience. He still got his hat on. Still got his coat on. He still got his suit on. Like, well, of course, he don't have the suit on, but he still got his coat on. And he just got his notepad just taking notes. Like, yeah, Trotter and Du Bois is arguing over strategy. There's confusion. You feel me? And I told y'all Booker T. Washington, he was super connected. And people wanted to get next to him. Even people that fuck with W.E.B. Du Bois. A lot of those people were torn, for real. But they wanted to rock with him. We talked about Mary Church Terrell last night. You feel me? But he hits Mary up like, yo, sis, listen. Them dudes over there, them niggas over there, they don't got it together. You heard the argument yourself. One wants the, you know, intellectual advocacy, whatever the fuck that means. And another one, you know, what does he want again? I forgot what he even wants. But like, yo, listen, come over to my side. You'll be taken care of. You know we about this bread first. You know we about building and enterprising. You feel me? And we gonna get to it. Come fuck with us. And Mary had to think about it. Terrell, seeing the potential for division, withdrew her support from Niagara, weakening the movement's momentum and preserving community unity under Washington's strategy. And it worked. And then it worked. That's what I'm saying. Yo, Big Book, you gotta put respect on Booker T's name, son. There is no Booker T. Washington slander allowed over in Hotepistan whatsoever, son. You gotta give my son his credit. Like, the way he's moving and shaking, son. This is why I told you I would have been Booker T. shooter. Real shit. I would have been getting all of my knowledge. I would have had my own business. I probably would have been, what do I like? I'm thinking barber. I'm thinking carpenter. My top three would be barber, bricklayer, carpenter. That'll be the trades that I would get into. So I have my businesses and all of that. You feel me? I probably, because agriculture was fire too. But we want to stick to my top three. So I'm going to have my businesses. I'm going to do exactly what OG tells me to do. Like, he tells me to, you know, make sure I get my skills, make sure I get a vocation, boom, boom, boom. I get my vocation. I got that skill in my back pocket, but I'm 100% buying guns. 100%. I'm 100% invested in firearms, for sure. And if any of you niggas even look at my OG Big Book the wrong way, son, I gotta react. I would have went with Booker T anywhere he went, son. We going to Boston, or we going to Topeka, or we going to Kalamazoo, we going to El Paso. Like, wherever we going, bro, I'm going with you, and don't even worry about it, because I got enough guns for the both of us. Book. You crazy? Also in 1905, his operatives identified the Indianapolis Freeman, a black newspaper struggling against white dailies like the Indianapolis Star. The paper's editor, George Knox, faced a circulation drop to 5,000 copies weekly. Washington arranged a $3,000 investment, or $107,000 adjusted for inflation, from a Chicago donor, John H. Johnson. Son, I'm just gonna keep watching. By 1907, the Freeman circulation doubled to 10,000, and it became a vocal advocate for Washington's philosophy, publishing weekly editorials praising industrial education and Tuskegee's successes. So before we get to the next one, son, so just so y'all know, this is not just to enrich himself or his enterprises or his institutions. He also used his connects to be able to get black businesses, you know, run in or get, if they was on hard times, get them back on their feet and all of that. And we read the Indianapolis Freedmen almost every night in the archives. That screenshot should look familiar to y'all. That screenshot, this right here. Where? Oh, come on. Right here. I got this from the archives. Now, of course, I got a little bit more specific. I got the Indianapolis Freedmen in 1905. And it just so happened that cooperation, I'm going to look for that. I'm going to see what they were depicting in this. But you see that, that's what this was about. So, boom. Yo, Book. Just another phone call like, yo, Book. Son, you know how I got the newspaper out in Indianapolis. You know what I'm saying? We still selling, but circulation is dropping. This white-owned newspaper is, they got more marketing dollars than we do. You dig? A little bit more resources than we do. So we got to be able to compete. And I need your help. Booker T. Washington said, yo, don't even trip. I got you. I'm about to have my Chicago connect, who's closer to you right now. Because, I'm all the way in Tuskegee. So don't trip. I got my mans out in Chicago. I'm going to have him link you. And I'm going to push some bread your way. It should be enough, to hold y'all over. And if you were steward with your money, right? Yeah, hell yeah, Book. I got you. All right. They're going to send you some bread. Use that. Your newspaper should be just fine. This is what happens when you got a nigga like Booker T. Washington in your circle. Simple phone calls, simple letters, being like, yo, you already know. I think Booker T. Washington's main thing was, yo, you have to not only have an idea, but you gotta have proof of concept. You show me that you actually got some shit shaking with you, and I'll put some dollars behind you. Show me that you can actually compete. Show me that you actually can, do what you need to do as a business owner, and I'll see what I can do. I'll make my phone calls. There's not a single state in this country where I don't have a connect. I got a connect in every region in this country. I am Booker T. motherfucking Washington, son. I got you. So I'm going to call my Chicago man up. We're going to get you right. We're going to get you right. This is why I fuck with Booker T. Washington, my nigga. The Star. The paper's editor, George Knox, faced a circulation drop to 5,000 copies weekly. Washington arranged a $3,000 investment, or $107,000 adjusted for inflation, from a Chicago donor, John H. Johnson. By 1907, the Freeman circulation doubled to 10,000, and it became a vocal advocate for Washington's philosophy, publishing weekly editorials praising industrial education and Tuskegee's successes. So yeah, again, so boom, calls this Chicago Connect, another black man. Yo, you heard of the Indianapolis Freeman, right? Yeah, I read it every day. Well, listen, circulation is down, and I know you got bread because me and you did business, all of this. Can you give him, Knox, his name is Knox, can you give him $3,000 so he can keep the business afloat and keep shit rocking? For you, Booker, hell yeah, I got you. It's nothing. Boom. Booker T says, I bet. Copy that. I'm about to tell him. Boom. Now, Book calls Knox and is like, yo, listen, my Chicago dude said he got you. The only thing I need from you, Knox, is, I got Tuskegee. I need you to talk positively about Tuskegee. I need you to push Tuskegee in vocational work. You know what my programs is about. I need you to push my agenda in your newspaper. Can you do that? And Knox was like, hell yeah. No problem, I can do that. I already fuck with your program anyway, bro. That's why I'm on the phone with you. Copy that. Boom. Simple. No white man involved. No government involved. None of that. Just a bunch of black businessmen doing business with each other. That's what we on. That's what we on over here. So let's go on to the next story. In 1906, his operatives learned that Alonzo Herndon, a wealthy Tuskegee supporter and founder of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company, was being targeted by a rival faction spreading rumors of embezzlement. The informers traced the smear back to John Merrick, founder of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. They gathered evidence of Herndon's clean financial records, including bank statements and client testimonials, and shared it with the Atlanta Independent. The paper's front page story on March 15, 1906 cleared Herndon's name and exposed Merrick's role. Herndon, in gratitude, donated $10,000 or $350,000 adjusted for inflation to Tuskegee's endowment, strengthening the institute's financial foundation. Son, this is like fucking GTA missions, bro. Like, yo, I don't know if I'm tripping or whatever, or I'll just be going crazy in the archives. But did that not sound like a GTA mission minus like the murders and shit? So this wealthy Tuskegee supporter, this is one of my guys. This one of my guys, you feel me? He telling me that, yo, Book, there's this like some rumors flying around that I'm embezzling bread, and like my customers is coming in here asking me if their money is safe and the insurance company and all of that. Like, I always been doing square business. I don't know where these rumors is coming from. And businesses now looking crazy. You feel me? I still got bread, obviously. Like, people are not gonna close their policies based upon rumors, but this may harm new business coming in. You feel me? I don't know who it is. I need to get to the bottom of it. So Booker T is like, bro, I got you. It's nothing. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna send my guys out to Atlanta. I'm gonna see what's going on. We're gonna get some intel, some reconnaissance work, and I'll be able to get some information. And then whatever information I get, I'll be able to hit you, and let you know what's going on. So the informant goes out to Atlanta. He sends his informant out to Atlanta to do groundwork, like really go around Atlanta and being like, yo, you ever heard of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company? What? Herndon? Hell yeah, we know Herndon. I got a policy with him. But I was thinking, I was gonna suggest my uncle or my coworker to get it, but I'm hearing rumors that he's embezzling money. I'm a little worried about my policies if they're gonna be able to, actually give my wife the payout and all of that. So it's like, okay. So he just going around Atlanta just getting information, and he found out there's some nigga named Merrick pushing the rumors through a newspaper. Boom, the informant tells Booker, yo, listen, I got the news name. This dude's named Merrick. You ever heard of him? Booker T. Washington, being the nigga that he is, I'm pretty sure he did. You feel me? Like, yeah, I heard of Merrick. I heard of him. Okay, cool, no problem. Calls Herndon back up like, yo, listen, we found out who the person was. We'll take care of that. But in the meantime, I need you to post in the newspaper all of your financial records to show the world that you are actually doing clean business and that you're not stealing any money. You're not hemorrhaging or embezzling any money. And I promise you, this is all going to go away. Then it goes away. Business goes back to usual. Everybody loves the Atlanta Life Insurance Company. The competing life insurance company, is losing business because he got exposed for being a fucking liar. And Herndon sees this shit, and as gratitude, hits Booker T off with $10,000, which adjusted for inflation is $350,000, fam. Like, this is the type of business black men were doing with each other. This is group economics. Not only is this GTA, it's also group economics, son. Like, this is how the ancestors was playing. Like, when I read stories like this, cause I've read this story before I put it in a video form, I be thinking about like Paid in Full when they was making bets over the garbage can basketball, eating Chinese food, just rich as hell, and was able to just give each other money and help each other out and do all of this shit. You feel me? That's how I view these. Like, I view everything, like the way that I be playing this for y'all is the exact way I have it playing in my head. That Booker T. Washington sitting at his desk getting phone calls and letters every day, all day, having to fight crime. like his son is Batman for real. He's actually like out here saving lives based upon the connections that he has. Super resourceful dude. To Tuskegee's endowment, strengthening the institute's financial foundation. In 1908, Washington's operatives uncovered a plot by Southern white businessmen to discredit the National Negro Business League with false claims of mismanagement. The informants identified the source as Robert W. Bagnall, a Birmingham businessman resentful of the League's success.
Washington's team gathered evidence of the league's transparent finances, including detailed reports and testimonials from members like Madam C.J. Walker, who had built a hair care empire. They shared this with the New York Times, which published an article on September 12, 1908, refuting the claims and praising the league. The exposure led to a $15,000 donation, or $514,000 adjusted for inflation, from Henry Ford, who valued the league's work.
Dog, it's like, look at these, yo, how is this any different from GTA? To where when the mission pass, you get the respect and you get the bread. Plus 15,000, you feel me? So now we dealing with the white man as the enemy. So check this out. Check this racism out. So you got these white dudes hating on the National Negro Business League, right? But they only getting this information from a black dude named Bagnall, who hates Booker T. Washington for having the National Negro Business League and being that dude. He's jealous of Booker T. Washington. So this black dude is spreading all of these rumors to the white dudes, and the white dudes are spreading these out to the public. Now, again, the same strategy that he gave Herndon, yo, we're just going to put all of the records out there on Front Street, show people that our numbers are clear and good. We're also going to get testimonies from people like Madam C.J. Walker that's going to, hold it down and vouch. And then we're going to put all of this in the paper and clear our name. And that's exactly what he did. Henry Ford reading the paper is like, I respect that. You know what? Here's $15,000. Adjusted for inflation, over $500,000, over $500,000 adjusted for inflation. Like, so a white man reading about white men smearing the name of a black man via another black man decided to back the black man. That's what you telling me? And y'all want to sit here and try to tell me about racism all goddamn day. Like, this is what's really happening on the ground. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure this same year, this same week, this same month, some racist shit happened. I'm sure it did. But what also happened was Henry Ford gave Booker T. Washington and his institutions $500,000 adjusted for inflation. That happened. You also have to acknowledge that. That's what I'm here to show y'all.
In 1909, his informants alerted him to a Washington Post draft criticizing Tuskegee as too vocational. The journalist, John Anderson, had interviewed disgruntled former students at Tuskegee. Washington invited Anderson to the campus, showcasing graduates like Isaac Fisher, now a successful teacher earning $1,200 annually, or $41,000 adjusted for inflation. Anderson's final piece, titled Tuskegee, a model for Negro success, published June 10, 1909, praising the institute. The article led to a $20,000 grant, or $693,000 adjusted for inflation, from the Carnegie Foundation, which Washington used to establish a new teacher training program.
So, yet another GTA mission, yet another instance of somebody slandering Booker T. Washington, and then at the end of it, him getting richer because of it. Like, we're noticing a pattern. Like, I'm telling you, when Philip A. Payton Jr. wrote the article about turning prejudice into profit, this had to be what he meant, getting it from OG Booker. So now you have disgruntled students who couldn't make the cut. Like I said, you got to give autonomy and agency to people. Not everybody's going to make it. I've been consistent in telling y'all that. Everybody can't go. And somebody or somebodies, I think it was just one person, maybe even more than one, went to Tuskegee, couldn't hack it, failed out, and now they want to call it a scam. Now they want to say that it's a terrible school. So Booker T. Washington invited the writer of the article to, come to Tuskegee. Come on through. Before you publish another article, come to Tuskegee Institute and see how we give it up. And he brought the journalists over, showed them around the campus, showed them how they was giving it up, showed them some model graduates, and was able to change the journalist's mind. And then the journalist went ahead and wrote a actual article praising Tuskegee instead, and then that led to another $20,000. That led to another 20 grand from what Carnegie, they said, which adjusted for inflation is $693,000, fam. $693,000. 7 minutes into the video, we are millions, as far as adjusted for inflation, we are millions in. Millions.
In 1910, his network uncovered efforts by the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church to establish a rival school in Georgia, emphasizing liberal arts. Operatives obtained the school's proposed curriculum and budget, revealing a $12,000 shortfall or $400,000 adjusted for inflation. Washington shared this with his donors, contrasting it with Tuskegee's balanced model. The rival school's funding collapsed while Tuskegee received $30,000 or $996,000 adjusted for inflation from the Rockefeller Foundation to expand its industrial departments.
Yo, son, son, he is G'ing up every year, son. Yo, you want to be my rival and you want to push curriculums that I don't stand for. I'm going to find out your weaknesses and use it against you. I'm going to use all of the information that I have to be able to support what I got going on. And that's exactly what he did. So now, who was this? Did he say Carnegie? I forgot who he said. But who he said, that's me. But $30,000 more, which adjusted for inflation is damn near $1 million. It's $996,000, son. Like, I want y'all to pay attention to this strategy. This is amazing strategy. He's able to show how not only are his haters, detractors, and rivals are nowhere near as capable as him. You feel me? Nowhere near as a steward with money as him. Because if you would, so check this out. With the Indianapolis Freeman could have survived with that circulation. It wasn't hemorrhaging money. They was just making less money, and they needed a little bit of an investment to be able to get their circulation back, as far as the amount of newspapers they're able to circulate and all this other stuff. That's what the Booker T. Washington investment was for, after he held them down and all of that, right? Now, when we are talking about businesses and institutions, if your institution is 12 grand short and you don't have a way to actually generate any bread, you're not showing the general public how you're making your money because your curriculum is mainly focused on making money with your mind and not your hands, potential investors are going to be apprehensive to rock with you. They're going to be apprehensive to invest in you because there is no real way that you can guarantee that you're going to bring this money back. Motherfuckers was selling shit out of Tuskegee. Not only did they have the actual student body who was going to go on to create and build and use their hands to actually, create things and build things, they also had stores and different things going on inside of Tuskegee that they could make money from and generate income with. It's similar to when we was watching King Randall's video about the different buildings that he's buying to be able to generate revenue for the school. This is what Booker T. Washington was doing in Tuskegee. You feel me? So again, you want to make sure that you are looking at the strategy. So you see that these schools don't have it. I do. Who are you gonna put your money behind? Clearly me. Clearly I am the better option. So 30,000 sounds about right. Like that ass show, like he's getting mad bread. Getting mad bread. And putting it to good use.
In 1912, Washington's operatives infiltrated the NAACP, co-founded by Du Bois. They attended the organization's annual conference in Chicago, reporting on tensions between Du Bois and white co-founder Mary White Ovington over fundraising priorities. Washington used this to convince donors like Jacob Schiff to redirect $10,000 or $325,000 adjusted for inflation from the NAACP to Tuskegee, arguing it was more effective in delivering measurable results.
Listen here. Now, a little background information. Schiff is one of the founding members of the NAACP, son. Like, son, like this Booker T. Washington was a madman, son. Imagine going to the money man of your ops, going to your ops connect and being like, yo, listen, what y'all got going right now? I already know that William and Mary are already at odds. W.E.B. and Mary are not getting along right now. They're ideologically, beefed out. And the NAACP is not really pushing what you want them to push right now. How about this? You give me $10,000 and you see what I got going in Tuskegee. And Schiff was like, well, damn it, Washington. I know you got beef with W.E.B. Du Bois. And he like, nah. Me and him cool. Me and him cool. Like, he was like, nah, I'm bullshitting. Like, yeah, we like, he's him and I'm me, I'll say. I won't say I got a beef with him, but we clearly don't see eye to eye on things. So, how about it, Schiff? $10,000 to $10,000 to Tuskegee, and Schiff was like, "You drive a hard bargain, Washington, but man, one can't deny the results of Tuskegee." All right, I'll have a check written, $10,000 to Tuskegee from the NAACP. Book was going crazy.
Now, whether you agree with Washington's ideologies and philosophies or not, you gotta admit that having an entire team of spies and wealthy businessmen at your disposal is some MI6 level stuff. For all intents and purposes, Booker T had his own CIA. Not only was he able to defeat competition and enrich his institution, he also used his services to help Black American businesses survive and thrive during rough times. If you notice, as time passed and his influence and work grew, he was able to secure more and more funding. Yo, there are so many lessons that can be learned from this part of our history. It emphasizes the importance of creating a competent circle of people that you can always rely on.
Facts.
It highlights the importance of moving in.
Yo, have y'all seen this picture of Booker T. Washington before? Because this coincides with the article that I read where Booker T. Washington was inducted into Freemasonry. And this is the first time I seen him do like a very obvious Freemason pose. I had to put this in the video. I thought this was super dope. Yep. Let's finish up the video.
The shadows as to not alert your enemies to your plans. It shows the importance of group economics and investing in your community. It teaches that there are going to be opponents to your success no matter their race, and there are going to be allies to your success no matter their race. Your job is to find, vet, and recruit these people to your cause. You should be equally as useful to their cause as they are to yours. Mutual benefit will always be the most efficient incentive for allyship and support. Though critics like Du Bois viewed his tactics as overbearing, Washington was a pragmatic leader navigating a hostile world. His legacy, built on strategic brilliance, a network devoted to progress, and a commitment to tangible results, stands as a testament to his dedication to Black American uplift. He forged a path to a brighter future, one carefully guarded and decisively won, one step at a time.
Man, I'm trying to tell y'all can't tell me shit about Booker T. Washington. Y'all can't tell me shit about him. OG was out here going crazy. He was out here going crazy, son. In that 10-minute video, Booker T. Washington accumulated like damn near $3 million, son. Something like that, if not more than $3 million. And just the ways that he was moving and shaking with different businessmen and all of that. Incredible. One man did this. One man. Well, I mean, one man with his team. But one man was able to accumulate that much bread in a matter of a short amount of years. Incredible. This is why we study history. This is why we study history. And all of the things that I said, I know it sounded super narcissistic for me to be agreeing with myself and shit like that, but I mean, I agree with me. And those lessons are 100% true. Like you have to understand that when it comes to history, to think that your enemy is solely color based is really to miss a whole bunch of ops. Because when we saw direct ops of black businesses, there were other black men. There were other black men like Merrick and Bungnall or Bognall, running rumors against another black business. Fierce competition. And that's another thing. When it came down to these independent black American businesses, you got to understand, if I'm selling insurance and you selling insurance, like we competing, bro. We are competing. I need as much money as possible. You need as much money as possible. And while everybody can eat and there's enough money for all of us, we can't approach business that way. Most business owners want to be number one in their field. It doesn't happen like that, obviously. There's going to be a hierarchy, and parts of the creation of that hierarchy is your ability to have connections, your ability to survive and thrive, your ability to, gain and secure funding. That's what puts you on top of the heap. And having Booker T. Washington in your back pocket had to have been like the illest cheat code that you can have. I wonder though, because of how industrious Booker T. Washington was and how many people he knew, like what happens when two competitors hit you up? Like what do you do if you're Booker T. Washington, right? You Booker T. Washington, you got business A hitting you with letters and shit like that, being like, yo, Booker, I need your help. And then his competition hits you up and be like, yo, Booker, I need your help. Like, what you gonna do? Like, how do you settle that? Yo, Memphis, thank you, Memphis. Memphis says, I know WEB was sick when he saw that 10K check. That's a fact, son. I know he was hot. And yo, now this makes sense. Not to say that we agree with it, because we about understanding more than agreeing, right? When we agree, we agree. But I want to make sure that you know that I understand you, WEB. I know why you hated that man. I know why. I can understand why you hated him. Look, he's running circles around you. He got money from your peoples. There is no channel of Tuskegee money going to the NAACP. At least not while Booker T was alive. Not that I've seen. Could be wrong, because Booker T was a generous person. But you are my op, son. You are my op. And I got money from your money man. The man that gives you money, the man that invests in he's the money. Because like I tell y'all, that was the difference. Booker T. Washington's white men were industrious men. Like the white men that he had backing him, your Carnegies, your Rockefeller, your Rosenwalds, the Henry Rogers, and all, like the white men that he had in his back pocket, they were industrious white men, industrialists. You feel me? And then on WEB side, he had a bunch of thought leaders, politicians, and then he had bankers and lawyers on his side. Powerful people, but when it comes down to execution, it's going to be the dudes with the factories that's going to win out. They like people's livelihoods, like they depend on those men. The NAACP, yeah, they relied on in a political sense, in a social sense, but in economic sense, there are men who literally clock in every day. And Rockefeller, Carnegie, all of these different men are literally the names on the check that they go cash at the end of the week. Like they are in control of these men and women's, but mostly men's livelihood at this time. So when it comes down to influence, who you gonna listen to? The motherfucker that just makes his bones by making speeches all day, or the motherfucker who makes his money off of employing you? So influence is different. You feel me? Chat says, Sammy says, that's like Cal Cal meets Lux. WEB got bigger, bro. Man, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. If I Memphis said if I was you, I hate me too. That's a fact. Like I'm running circles around you out here, son. Vincent says that's why Du Bois was talking mad greasy about Book when he died. Yes, that's exactly why. You feel me? He was looking down like, at least I outlived the old man. You know what I'm saying? At least I outlived him. I lived longer than you. You ain't no shit. He was talking cash shit about Booker T. Washington in that damn pamphlet or news article or whatever he wrote that shit in. And people got right on his ass, jumped right on his ass. I'm telling you, son. What we got next? History's so fire, man. I need all of this shit turned into a goddamn movie. All of it. So what we got next? What's next? And then we're going to get to some of the stuff that I posted on the timeline, too. Black American towns. All right, okay. Yeah, we can get into this.
Main Street will have changed its appearance from the few present stores to 5 or 6 blocks of large business stores interspersed with 1 or 2 skyscrapers. The place where the printing office stands will be occupied by a large garage shop. Autos, taxi cabs, and motors will be of common use. There will be at least 2 airplanes. There will probably be 3 railway lines, and at least 2 good depots of stone and brick. The size and population of the town will necessitate electric railways. There will be 3 2-story schoolhouses, primary, grammar, and high school, 1 university, and a conservatory of music and a business college. This was the vision a local school teacher had for the future of Clearview, one of the several all-black towns in Oklahoma. The stories of the Black American town goes back hundreds of years and encapsulates the spirit of resilience, ambition, enterprise, and self-determination. In this episode of Hotep History, we're going to take an inside look at Black American towns, how they were formed, what town life was like, and what became of them. Now, the founding of Black American towns and settlements predates the signing of the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. In the late 17th century, when the Spanish still owned what is now called Florida, a group of 10 black slaves escaped the British colonies and found asylum in a settlement named St. Augustine in 1687. These black people enjoyed the same rights as their European counterparts, and by 1738, over 100 black people lived in the settlement. That same year, the governor of St. Augustine built an outpost just north of the settlement and named it Fort Mose. This outpost housed 38 black men and their families. These men would also be members of the settlement's militia and fought against pirates and the British whenever they invaded. This militia was commanded by a black man named Francisco Menendez, who was also the town's leader. A little over 2 weeks after being defeated in battle by the British in 1740, Spanish soldiers, along with St. Augustine militia and warriors from the Yamasee tribe, executed an early morning surprise attack. The battle ended with 75 British soldiers dead, with another 34 being badly wounded in hand-to-hand combat, forcing them to retreat later that month. Black residents returned to St. Augustine after the battle and lived in a mixed community until the Florida territory was finally traded to the British in 1763. After the trade, all of the black residents, fearing British Protestant rule, fled to Cuba, which was still controlled by the Spanish at the time. Other black towns and villages popped up during America's colonial years as well. In 1662, 28 black men and women were granted over 130 acres of land by Dutch colonists in New Amsterdam, which would later be named New York. These lots of land would be called the Land of the Blacks. This area consisted of Greenwich Village, East Village, South Village, and the Lower East Side of New York City. Due to the presence of black towns in the colonial era of America, it's safe to assume that these towns also existed during the years of slavery in the United States. Places like Brooklyn and New Philadelphia.
Did y'all hit, like, that's what I'm saying. When it comes down to, this is another instance of me being in the archives. I never heard of Brooklyn, Illinois, or New Philadelphia. Like, what? But this is in the archives. Extremely important information. Brooklyn, Illinois. I only heard of Brooklyn, New York. Only. Incredible.
Two towns in Illinois, which were founded by black men in the years 1830 and 1836, respectively. 1830 and 1836. This is while slavery is going on. Black men founding towns in Illinois, Brooklyn and New Philadelphia. It says, shown above are scenes in the town of Brooklyn, Illinois, the all-Negro municipality across the river from St. Louis. William Terry, seated in his office above, is mayor of the town and superintendent of schools. The town has its own volunteer fire company, members of which are shown with the engine, and a combination junior-senior high school, Lovejoy School. The view is shown. The view shown is a scene at 5th and Madison Streets, looking north. Look at that. Like, this was built by black people. They are not, you know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes down to this history, like, this is all black American ingenuity here. All of it. Look at what the ancestors was capable of doing. This is while slavery was going on. I cannot stress this enough. This was happening in 1830 and 1836. During the years of slavery, black people were building towns. This is what I be talking about. They don't tell y'all this. Why would they tell y'all this? So while they're telling you about all of the slave narratives, the oppression narratives, the abuse, the rape, you know, all of that dehumanizing stuff, this is what black Americans were doing in the background, creating entire towns. Incredible. And they won't tell you about this. Seneca Village, which existed where Central Park sits today in New York City, was founded in 1825. Weeksville, a black town in the Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy area of Brooklyn, New York, was founded in 1838. As evidenced by the first black settlement being founded almost 200 years before the end of slavery, the history of black-owned towns, villages, and municipalities in America really began to take shape after its abolishment. We will be looking at 5 of the most prominent all-black towns in America at the time: Nicodemus, Kansas; Mound Bayou, Mississippi; Langston, Oklahoma; Clearview, and Boley, Oklahoma. Most of this information is detailed in Norman L. Crockett's The Black Towns. Great book. You know I'm gonna hit you with the book. This wasn't a primary source, but it was full of them. Now let's begin. Yeah. Before we even get into chapter 1, I want y'all to know how fucking difficult this shit was. Yeah, I want y'all to see what the ancestors was at. Like, we see the end result and don't really even be seeing what they go through. But let's get into what they was actually going through. When it comes to being a pioneer, it wasn't for the faint of heart. Oftentimes, you have very little capital and resources at your disposal. The weather is either scorching hot or freezing cold. Food and fresh water is scarce. Wild animals lurk behind every tree and bush, and one bite from the wrong mosquito could wipe out your entire family in one summer. This was the life for countless black Americans leaving the states that once held them as slaves in search of something new. Newly freed slaves immediately rushed to create separate, all-black towns. In order for word to travel, black American settlers would hire or work as promoters or boosters, which were people who would advertise new towns to potential residents. Black settlers would also petition other black Americans to help find, purchase, and clear land for development. Oftentimes, these settlers would have faulty or crude equipment to work with. Once the first set of homes were built, black residents began to travel and move in. Newcomers would purchase land lots for farming, dwelling, and commercial reasons. These lots would usually cost between $7 and $8, or $231 to $264 adjusted for inflation per acre, requiring a $1 down payment, or $31 adjusted for inflation. By the late 1870s, hundreds of black Americans were pouring into states like Oklahoma and Kansas in search of a new life in a new town. In July of 1877, the first batch of black residents arrived at Nicodemus, Kansas. By 1879, there were over 700 black residents in the area. Now, life was hard for the early settlers. If they didn't live in one of the 35 houses that were built in town, then settlers likely lived in a dugout house. These in-ground homes were swarmed with fleas. Residents also had to look out for rattlesnakes, coyotes, and tarantulas. Residents dealt with the occasional prairie fire as well. Over in Bolivar County, Mississippi, Isaiah T. Montgomery, along with his cousin Benjamin T. Green and a group of other black men, stood and stared at the swampy wilderness before them. Montgomery and Green just purchased 840 acres of land. I want y'all to look at this photo
and tell me how quickly you could turn this area into a viable town. Real shit. How long would it take you to turn this swampy area into a place where hundreds, if not thousands, of people could live? Honestly, I ask you, because when you are looking at the ancestors and hearing about all of the things that they had to go through, which had nothing to do with white people, we're talking about literally the elements in nature. Like, imagine the work ethic, yo. Imagine the backbone that you would need to build a town instead of just settling in another town that's already established. Wanting to establish your own town for your people. Incredible.
Its insects, constant floods, wild animals, and disease, no one had thought to settle in this part of the state yet. By the fall of 1886, they cleared 90 acres of land for settlement. The town was named Mound Bayou after the Indian burial mound and the several bayous in the settled area. The first group of residents began to move in the year 1888. The development of black towns was a group effort. Families worked together to clear forests and build homes, farms, stores, schools, and churches. Promoters not only bragged about how bountiful the land was, they also warned black Americans about how dangerous and inhumane the white-dominated world was. Black Americans that would complain about or quit on the building of towns were mockingly called town knockers. If you can't boost, don't knock was a popular phrase.
So, yeah, town knockers. I wonder if that's where that comes from. Don't knock it until you try it. I wonder if that's where that comes from. But yeah, if you a town booster, you're doing your best to be able to turn your town, get it developed as soon as possible. So of course, you're going to advertise in the newspapers to come on out to Nicodemus or Bowley or wherever these towns are being built, and bring a little bit of money with you, because we're going to need equipment, we're going to need help, but also bring your body and bring your hands. Bring your hands, because we need to clear this land. We need to build shit. We need to, we got to build this. And this poster I thought was funny. I was looking through the archives. So, town knocker, the hater, the booster of the town, saying so long knocker, and then good riddance to bad rubbish. See, listen. See, I am so glad. See, I didn't even peep this. It's been a while since I made this video, but I ain't gonna lie, yo. I used to, as a kid, used to say good riddance. Cause I just dropped the G and it sounds like good riddance. But I was saying good riddance. And look, the cartoonist did the same thing. Good riddance. That's the stuff out with him. So yeah, don't knock it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, real quick. Let's check this. Let's check the chat. Drove 410 says, I wouldn't even know where to start clearing that much raw land. Facts, bro. Facts. Sammy says, there was a black-owned paper, W.A. New York editor, Booker T. Washington used to post op-eds anonymously. A guy named Thomas Timothy Fortune. Yeah, T. Thomas Fortune, yeah. HBO's Gilded Age got Booker T. Washington working with a newspaper owned by Mr. Fortune too. What? His anonymous name was American Spectator. Booker T. Washington reach was vast, going from Alabama to New York. That's a fact. But yeah, I know about T. Thomas Fortune. He comes up a lot. I bring him up. T. Thomas Fortune famously told black Americans to stop voting for one party or the other and use them both to your advantage politically. Oh, my man calling. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Why I can't hear nothing? Yo? I don't know why I can't hear it. Yo? I don't know. I can't hear it, Chad. I was gonna have him say what up to y'all. I don't know. Maybe he'll call me back. All right, let's get back to it.
Detractors of these towns were considered race traitors. Black newspapers would use guilt and fear as tactics to keep residents from moving out. They would highlight instances of racial violence, discrimination, and remarks from racist white Southerners as a way to keep their black residents in town. Boosters and promoters would also speak with a sense of urgency when it came to the towns. They would apply FOMO, or fear of missing out, to their newspaper articles and advertisements, promising quick wealth for those who bought in early.
So we're going to see this, and I think I further explain it in the video, but we're going to see a lot of that. They're going to use the power of the media and all of that to be able to convince as many people who are under their influence to do exactly what they want you to do, or wanted them to do. So I was going through the archives. I seen a bunch of advertisements like this. Why not be a landowner? We are offering you an opportunity to buy a lot containing 7,500 square feet, situated in Reed's Addition, South Muskogee, Oklahoma. $15 down, $10 per month. Do not delay. And all through this is just telling you that it's going fast and you need to hurry up and get involved on the. All right, here we go. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yo, we live though. We live. I don't know if you could hear me, but we live, bro. Yeah. We live. We was going over the history of Black American towns and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just the deep history and all of that. But damn, son, it's wacky on the speakerphone. I don't know why I can't really hear you. On I don't think you coming through on the microphone. Yeah, son. Yeah, nah, I don't think they can, bro. You know what? You know what I gotta do? I gotta get the cord where I could just plug it up to the actual audio and whatnot. You dig what I'm saying? And that way I could just plug you directly into the desktop audio and shit. But yo, do me a favor because it's coming in super low. Call me. Can you call me back at like 11? Yeah. All right. Well, if you can't, just hit me in the morning and I got you. But if you can, definitely just hit me back because I gotta holler at you anyway. All right, bro. One, love you. Yeah. That's my boy, man. That's my boy. Yeah. I don't know why I wasn't coming up like that. My fault, chat. So these advertisements was all over the newspapers. You feel me? So let's go.
In the minds of many, the quote, ownership of property, especially land, constituted the first step toward full citizens, was the main goal for town building. Developers, editors, and promoters alike believed all black towns would eliminate poverty, racial prejudice, and gain all of the rights and privileges of an American citizen. There was also a pride in being able to incorporate, manage, and maintain towns without the help of white Americans.
So that was another thing too. I want y'all to check out these news articles. So this one, hold on, because I don't know if y'all can see it, but this one was about Boley, Oklahoma. Well, Oklahoma towns, period. But the Negro and self-government was the title of it. I don't know if y'all can see it. And it says the question frequently asked by the Caucasian, ably answered by many Oklahoma towns. Boley with 2,500 souls, a striking example. So again, like they literally they prided themselves on not having to rely on white people for their success. If white people wanted to buy in or whatever, then that's a different story. But they wanted to make sure that they were completely self-sufficient. And this is the reason why I tell y'all to watch Hotep history, because then not only do you get to learn more about the ancestors and our history, but you will also learn more about why I view our history the way I do and why I speak the way I speak based upon the ancestors, works and achievements and stuff like that. You feel me? So that's the reason why. Because when you're reading articles like this, where white people are like, yo, how are they doing this? And they're showing them, like, yo, we're just doing this. We self-reliant. We just rely on each other, and we continue to build our town. Like, that's what this is all about. You feel what I'm saying?
To incorporate, manage, and maintain towns without the help of white Americans. Ideological differences among black residents permeated throughout all of the established black towns as well. Some residents just wanted a place to call home. Others wanted to segregate themselves from the ills and perils of white American racism. And others wanted to create a utopian metropolis that catered to black Americans. These ideologies would sooner than later clash as the towns grew. The leaders of most black towns had strict ordinances to maintain and uphold moral and productive behavior. This meant no gambling, alcohol consumption, idleness, or any other activity they considered immoral. Alcohol.
You see that? You see that? No gambling, no alcohol, no idleness. You can't be a bum. These are the rules of a all black town. Ain't no white people in sight. Ain't no white people for miles. These are the rules of the black town. Those are the rules.
Alcohol was especially prohibited for a long list of reasons. Town editors wanted to emphasize on raising children in an intoxicant-free environment. Another reason was their religious beliefs and wanting the town to be viewed as a moral, law-abiding community. An additional reason was that alcohol and places that sold alcohol attracted promiscuous white men in seeking out black women in the late night hours.
So, yes, not only do we want y'all to be sober and we are Christian conservative people, we also don't want to attract the rapey white men that will come to the saloons, get drunk, and then now we gotta boom him or hang him from a tree because he tried to rape a black woman. That is a fact. I didn't make this up. Like, all the things that I am getting this information from, I told y'all the book that I got it from. Check my sources. This is exactly what is going down.
Due to their strict nature, crime was exceedingly low in black towns. Most reported crimes were of public drunkenness, petty theft, fights between two men, and other small grievances that would be found in any town at that time.
Yeah. So, again, self-governance. So we don't have, a bunch of murders or any of that going on. For the most part, it's a bunch of dudes who, against the wishes and will of the town, is getting drunk and fighting and shit like that. Some petty theft, shit like that. That's how they giving it up. That's what they're focused on. It wasn't a bunch of murders and shit like that. Now, excuse the AI photos. I know they're not, like, I know on the full screen they probably look ridiculous. But yeah, that was what the crime was. It wasn't a whole bunch of violent crime and shit like that. It was just a bunch of petty fights, petty theft. That was it.
This doesn't mean, however, that black towns...
Now, I'm going to keep it 100. Look at this. Jackson, who murdered Algin Leaks near Taft, Oklahoma, arresting officers at Taft Jail, September 30th, 1925. So this is what you're about to see. And all of the footage that I'm showing you is, like, of course, of these days, which I love, that we were able to get this footage and preserve it for, this one is 100 years old. So this is a man that you're about to see that's arrested for murder. So murders did happen. Murders did happen. It just wasn't as definitely not like today. It wasn't thousands of murders, happening.
Soft on crime. Quite the contrary. Black criminals were still treated harshly and looked at as betrayers of their race. The vast majority of residents were there to experience and share the independence that was foreign to them just a few years prior. For anybody, especially someone from the race, to impede on that was seen as a highly intolerable offense. According to town records...
Look at them. That's the lawmen. That's the police. That's the police. This is the police force. Your uncle, your pops, and his best friend. That's who's on the police force. And again, like I said in the video, you were looked at especially weird to be committing crime against your fellow men. Y'all both was former slaves. Y'all both come from the plantation. Y'all both come from the trenches. They don't get more trenches than the plantation. You come from the trenches and you still want to rob, you still want to steal. The dude that got arrested, he killed somebody. Now, I don't know if it was just or not, but he got arrested for it, so I'm gonna have to assume it wasn't. You feel me? So yeah, this is the police force, all black. No white men in sight.
Most of the crime was perpetuated by transients or people from outside of the community. In fact, one of the most publicized crimes that happened in a black town was done by a well-known white gangster and bank robber, Charles Arthur Pretty Boy Floyd. But we'll save that story for another video.
And you know what? I never made another video about that. I gotta make the video about that.
Compounded by a high moral society, there wasn't a poor, low class of people that would take to committing crime in black towns in lieu of working. In fact, in most black towns, it was unacceptable for an able-bodied man not to be working from Monday to Friday at least. Wives of town leaders would tell stories of how the streets would be empty during the work hour weekdays because every man had a job. Other town leaders would boast that no man in their town was idle and couldn't even reside there if they were.
Listen, you can't even live here if you don't have a job. You are a grown man. It is Monday morning. It is Monday afternoon. Why are you not at work? Why are you able to be out on the streets? How is that possible? How are you taking care of yourself? Are you rich or something? Like, how are you able to be out in the street and it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon? It's Monday. What are you doing? Where are you going? Do you have a job? If not, if you don't have a job by the end of the week, if you don't have a job by the end of the week, you gotta go. You can't live here without a job. You can't live here without a job. So while you'll have people, again, frame your ancestors and have you think that the only reason why idleness, vagrancy, and all that other shit was looked down upon among black people is because white supremacy, the black codes, and all this other shit, when black Americans themselves, who had something to lose, who have been spending months and years building up. This video, by the way, is the construction of Langston University in Langston, Oklahoma, by the way. Black men building a black school in a black town for black students and black educators. But anyway, imagine these men are building this school and you standing outside smoking a cigarette. Like, bro, pick up a fucking shovel, pick up a brick, get to work, or you gotta leave here. You can't live here without a job. What kind of example are we setting the young boys out here watching you, and they gotta go to school and you don't gotta go to work? Get a goddamn job or find another place to stay, period. That was black American standards, not white supremacy. This is what black people held other black people to, period.
We'll delve into the jobs and types of businesses in the economics portion of this video. Education was extremely important to residents.
Absolutely.
However, the type of education would often be debated. Some adults believed in the Booker T. Washington model of emphasizing vocational and industrial education over more liberal subjects. First grade children, for instance, learned how to sew and make baskets. Local businessmen would also double as teachers, teaching boys and young men about their particular trades.
Man, look at this. Look at this. First of all, that reminds me of my story where Hev, being my OG, who owned a business and also was my educator and also my employer at the same time. Same way. These boys is out on the field getting real life experience as little boys. Their teachers are usually business owners themselves or are well versed in the vocation that they're teaching them in.
As one would imagine, there was a struggle between children needing an education and their families needing them to work on the farms or the local business. Naturally, young black boys would drop out of school at higher rates than black girls at the time. Due to the state government's misappropriation of public funding, black residents created and funded private subscription schools to compensate for the lack of public schools. A distinct difference in social class of all black towns from white dominant ones was the emphasis on and the preference for darker skin tones. Deep racial pride was at the heart of black towns. In a world where the white race was largely associated with tyranny and oppression, the closer one was to that skin tone was treated with social disdain and apathy. An older resident of Boley, Oklahoma, recalled how he was treated based on his skin complexion. I happen to be light-skinned, and boy did I have a time. Those darkies in Boley don't like light-skinned Negroes, and they show it. I was a victim of their prejudice. All the boys would refer to each other as nigga, but I could never use that word.
Yo, son, I forgot this part. So yeah, you know how colorism works, where they, prefer the fairer skinned and all of that other shit. But this is, decades later and all of that shit after integration. Before integration, it was the complete opposite. If you was a light skinned nigga, you might have got ridiculed. And yes, you heard that quote right. They were saying nigga back then. And that light-skinned nigga couldn't say it. They preferred the darker skins in the black towns because they knew in the integrated spots, the light-skinned people got preferential treatment. So now the dark skins, and yes, you heard him right. He called the dark-skinned people darkies. Oh, I love history so much because y'all not getting this nuance nowhere. They not getting this nuance nowhere, Vincent. You're not going to hear about how black towns in the early 20th century, late 19th century was like, look at this light-skinned nigga here. Look at this almost white nigga here. And he's like, don't call me a nigga. He's like, yo, and they were saying, you can't say it, light-skinned nigga. You can't say nigga. Straight up and down, light-skinned ass nigga coming up in our black town. Out your goddamn mind. You feel me? I love this. Let's check the chat. Sam says, quote, all it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. Black Americans weren't having it back then. Act up if you want to, and you get checked ASAP. That's a fact. They've reduced that to respectability politics, Sammy. For some reason, us holding ourselves accountable, holding each other accountable, is a tool of the white man. Us expecting and having standards for one another is somehow a tool for white supremacy now. It's how far off the reservation we've gotten. We come from kicking your black ass out the town if you couldn't hold down a job, to allowing twerking on graduation stages, to allow twerking in restaurants, to allow brawls and shit in public malls and all of that. That's where we at now. It's so crazy. What else he says? Sammy also says, this is why I entertain the move back to the South movement, but in all actuality, I want to see Second Amendment legislation more present up north. That's a fact. That's exactly right. I want to see a lot more black Americans move south for sure. But I also do not like this draconian, Machiavellian gun laws that they have in places like New York and shit. Like it's crazy. I think Chicago got crazy gun control too, and that ain't helped nothing when it comes to any of the gun violence and shit like that. So yeah, that's just Second Amendment right. That shouldn't even be up for debate. The fact that shit is even different across different laws in the different across states in the United States is absolutely retarded to me. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Vincent is crazy. Vincent says them boys remember he was in the big house with Massa. They know they got listen, they peep that he got a little bit of white in him. Your granny white. Your mom may not be white, but your granny white for sure, light-skinned nigga. Oh, man. I love it. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Outside of this, native freedmen that were once enslaved by Creek Nation Indians violently clashed with freedmen from the South all of the time. There was a cultural disconnect between the two groups. Black native freedmen believed that their Southern counterparts cared way too much about gaining white acceptance and acquiescing to their discrimination. On top of that, native freedmen had already achieved a certain amount of status within their own communities. The two groups lived together for a short period, but would eventually establish separate but adjacent towns in the area. After several years, there was a shift in social and political power as it pertains to the color of residents' skin tones. However,
so the native Black Americans was like, yo, y'all trying to be too much like the white man. And then the Southern Black Americans was like, well, you trying to be too much like the red man. They was beefing over that shit. So that's the reason why when I was telling y'all as far as the history of Native Americans and as it pertains to black people being Native Americans and stuff like that, there's 100% a mixture of it. But I do want to do more research and to see if these people prior to were already, considered black and all of that other stuff. But you saw it's clashes happening. Like, I want y'all to know, like, it's never been monolithic out here, yo. It's never been monolithic. It's always been different ideologies and all of that shit. Like, they're going to be clashes. It's just that when it comes down to particular things, gotta be on one accord. If not, you gotta just get out the way. You know what I'm saying?
However, total isolation from whites was still the general sentiment among black residents. Whites were welcome in black towns during times of celebration, to trade, vacation, and to shop, but they were highly discouraged from living there, buying property, or looking for work. In the minds of many town leaders, this was how the two races should handle their relationship with one another. One town leader was quoted as saying, "In Boli, the white people we deal with treat us as equals because we don't deal with them on personal terms unless they need us for something. You see, if we needed them, we would have to stand any treatment, like being called boy or Sam or by our first names. A white man will call you Mr. all right if he needs you." Even though white people weren't encouraged to live in black towns, they were especially...
Before we go, I love that quote. I love that quote. We got to run it back one more time. We ran it back the last time we played this, just a clip. But that is such a bar, fam. That is such a bar.
However, total isolation from whites was still the general sentiment among black residents. Whites were welcome in black towns during times of celebration, to trade,
This is a black fair, by the way, and you saw white people in the crowd. Come on through to the fair, bro. Come over to the carnival. But no, you can't buy a crib here.
Vacation, and to shop, but they were highly discouraged from living there, buying property, or looking for work. In the minds of many town leaders, this was how the two races should handle their relationship with one another. One town leader was quoted as saying, "In Boli, the white people we deal with treat us as equals because we don't deal with them on personal terms unless they need us for something."
Boom. We don't deal with them on personal terms unless they need us for something. That's a bar. These are rap lyrics. He's talking that talk. We only deal with them on a personal level when they need us for something. That is the mutual benefit. We're not coming in there begging the white man for nothing. But they see what we got going. They see we got a fair. They see we got a bunch of work, tradesmen. They might come fuck with us on the business tip.
You see, if we needed them, we would have to stand any treatment, like being called boy or Sam or by our first names. A white man will call you Mr. all right if he needs you.
See, if we needed them, we would have to stand any treatment. You see, if we needed them, we would have to stand to be called boy or Sam. But a white man will call you Mr. all right if he needs you for something. When I tell you the ancestors had all of the answers, and this is the reason why your enemy has you doing the things that you are doing, because your ancestors told you to be producers. Produce so much at such a high clip that it's undeniable that they need you. It's undeniable that they gotta come knocking on your door, asking you for your services, asking you for your goods, asking you for your skills. That's the play. You growing your own food, you building your own towns, you're educating your own babies, you are doing all of this stuff off your own merit and off your own back, and the people that want to rock with you are going to rock with you. Period. Not one time did any of the ancestors say we don't want white money. Not once. Not one time did the ancestors say we don't want to do business with the white man. Nah. We just got to do square business. And the squarest of businesses is going to happen when they need us, because we're not going to jerk them. We're not going to rob or rip them off. We're going to give them exactly what they asked for, exactly what they paid for.
And you know what? The more and more we do business transactions, the more and more and the softer we'll get on each other. Man, we've been doing business for the past 5 years. I ain't never had nothing bad to say about them. Come on over. We've been doing business for the past 18 months, the past 24 months. You've been nothing but kind to me and my family. Wouldn't that be the better way to integrate than two strangers who have preconceived notions about each group or each other being forced to cohabitate, being forced to work together, being forced for their children to go to the same schools? I'm trying to tell you something. The ancestors already knew. Yeah, they may not have known that the iPhone was going to exist 100 years later, but they knew white and black people were going to exist. They knew that humans are humans. They understood and knew that producing is way more important than consuming, especially for the producer. They understood that you needed to build. They understand that you needed to own. They understood that you needed to cultivate. They understood that you needed to be the boss, period. And coming with your fucking hat in your hand and begging white people for shit was going to be the surest way to be disrespected, to be looked down upon, to be discriminated against, to be shitted on. This uneducated, unskilled Negro coming to us for help. There are black men and women who are going out of their way to build towns, to supply the needs of its inhabitants, the wants and needs of its inhabitants. And here you are, hat in hand, begging the white man for opportunity. Nah, that's not the game plan. If we want to interface with these people or the government, we have to be self-sufficient. In the same way that we talk about having a trade, and then you can get into the arts, then you can get into entertainment, then you can get into the non-essential stuff, it's the same thing as a collective. If we have all of our needs met, then we can get our wants. If we have all of the essentials taken care of, and you can't tell me, even in historical context, that we didn't, because an entire town of people were being self-sufficient. In Boley, just so y'all know, Boley, Oklahoma still exists to this day. Yearly rodeos, all of that. Of course, it could use more people, more money, and all of that being injected into it, for sure. I'm sure of it. But the town still lives on to this day. It's living history. So, when it comes to this stuff, this strategy, tonight's key word tonight, the word of the night is strategy. That's the word for the night, strategy. Look at the strategy of these black men. Look at the strategy of these black towns. Look at the strategy of these black families, these black women, these black children. Look what they're implementing. And then think about how long that can last a particular person. And then you look at the other side of the argument, where they're petitioning the government for everything that they want and need, where they're petitioning white people to share what all of the things that they have, where they're blaming white people, where they're, doing all of these things to essentially make the black population look like needy children. And look at the results of that. How long would that have lasted you? You see what I'm saying? This is real life. I don't have to make up nothing. I don't have to make up anything. This is exactly how the ancestors were living. And this is why I focus on this type of stuff on Hotep history, because y'all not getting this nowhere, especially not in no public school, especially not on TV. They not going to tell you about Boley, Oklahoma being self-sufficient and only dealing with white people because the white people needed them and not the reverse. They need to keep telling you stories of black people begging white people for shit, because it jives with the evil white man narrative and the helpless black man narrative. They've been trying their damnedest to keep black men and white men against each other in ways that are just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Now we have white dudes online posting violent crime in black neighborhoods. We got black dudes posting mugshots of white pedophiles.
This is where we're at now.
Even though white people weren't encouraged to live in black towns, they were especially catered to when they would visit. Town leaders wanted to make sure their white visitors were impressed by their visit because to them, it disproved whatever preconceived notions they had of black people, and it could advance the race. White people were given private accommodations in black towns. Hotels would have rooms reserved for white people. Certain
Real life, that's a black hotel. Real black restaurant.
Sections of dining rooms were reserved for white people, and it got to the point that two overzealous businessmen named W.A. Kennedy and O.H. Bradley opened up a short-lived hotel called the White Way, which only catered to white people. And as you can guess, a black-owned hotel in a black town not allowing black people to stay inside of it didn't last long as a business.
So yeah, that was wicked. Now, I'm with the accommodations. I'm with all of that. Treating your guests like royalty, that's a part of our culture. I'm not mad at that. I know a lot of racially insecure people may feel some type of way about that, but rolling a red carpet out for your white patrons and all that other shit, I have absolutely zero problem with that, because I know they rolled out the red carpet for their black ones too. But in the context of white patrons, they 100% wanted to show them a good time. Like, this is how we living over here. Being rude to the white man wouldn't have helped at all, but showing them a great time. These white people came into town on square business. They didn't treat us any wrong way or nothing like that, so there's no reason for us to shit on them or treat them shitty. As a matter of fact, we're gonna give them the red carpet treatment. But these two niggas these two niggas went crazy. They went crazy and built a hotel and named it or called it the White Way. They went crazy, Vin. They went crazy, Vincent. I ain't going to lie. They took it too far. Like, it's one thing to accommodate your white patrons and your white guests. It's a completely different thing to be making a white. How you gonna make a white only hotel in a black town, son? That's crazy, son. That is insane. How do you even make that happen? The fact that it was even created, it made it past the paper stage, like the blueprint stage. These two niggas was like, yo, bro, perfect idea. You know how we be having white, visitors and white vacationers? You feel me? He was like, yeah. He was like, yo, how about this? We open up a white only hotel in the middle of downtown. A white only hotel? Yeah, nigga. All we gotta do is just say whites only, so when the whites come, they'll come through and they'll be able to get us the bread and all that other shit. But it's like, well, nigga, what about the black vacationers? Like, what about the black people? Like, what are we gonna do about them? Nigga, it don't fucking matter, nigga. They could just go to the other million hotels that's in the town, nigga. I just want to make sure that we got this white shit shaking so we can get this white money. Nigga, I don't think it's gonna work, but fuck it, let's do it. And these niggas created the White Way. They created the White Way in the middle of town. Man, I would have whooped their ass. Like I would have punched them the hell up. Change this shit to the Black Way right now. Change this shit to the Black Way right goddamn now. Yeah, we got some white visitors, but nigga, don't show your ass. Now you acting up. Now you fucking crazy now. Now you bugging. The White Way. Turn this shit back. How you gonna be a black owned white only establishment? So like wicked. Now listen, if they was able to get that off in a white town, then I fuck with it. But you're not gonna get this off in a black town, bro. Black owned, white only? That's crazy. I love history so much. Some black owned, white only business. Holy shit, son.
Just like anywhere, there was a clear and distinct economic class system in black towns. The upper class would usually consist of owners of large businesses and farms.
Look at this house. And I know he built it. I know a bunch of black men built this house. Look how fly this house is.
And professionals like lawyers, doctors, ministers, and teachers. After the introduction of banks in black towns, the banker sat above all others in the upper class. This group would essentially be in charge of the town's major decision making. They lived in big, fancy houses right outside of town. They owned the most land and reaped the most economic benefit of the town. The middle class consisted of laborers, artists.
This is a middle class home. This is a middle class home. And you wanted me to leave the South to go work in a fucking factory in Chicago or Harlem or Detroit or some shit like that? Nigga, look at where I live. No, I'm not going. No, I'm staying right here. I'm keeping my black ass right here in my crib and on my land.
Citizens and small farmers. They often deferred to the upper class to handle all decision making in the town. Outside of the few transients, there was no real lower class. Land ownership meant much more than just owning property. Land ownership meant economic independence, dignity, and physical freedom. In 1892, town developer Edward P. McCabe said, "Real estate is the basis for all wealth."
Real estate was the basis for all wealth. He said that over 100 years ago, Chad. You hear what I'm saying? Now, how many real estate gurus, wealth gurus will tell you that shit right now when it comes to building wealth? These principles are old. Our ancestors knew what the fuck they were talking about. I'm trying to tell you, son. There's too many answers that the ancestors have given us that we just largely ignore. Despite them having dozens, hundreds, and thousands of acres of land, son. They were fucking getting to it, son. They were not slouches whatsoever. They was fucking bossed up. I'm trying to tell you. Whatever preconceived notions, excuse me, y'all, sorry. Whatever preconceived notions that y'all have about the ancestors, I am here to dispel that bullshit. Unless the preconceived notions was fire. But, yo, if you thinking that the ancestors were a bunch of downtrodden, helpless bunch of victims and shit like that, yeah, come listen to this. Because this is what really was going down.
While the town saw pockets and periods of economic success, hard times and bad harvests were near fatal blows to the average middle-class family. Most towns were held up by manufacturing, commercial trade, and farming. In Mound Bayou, the Mound Bayou Oil Mill and Manufacturing Company was founded in 1912. In 1908, business owners in Langston opened up the LLC Medicine and Toilet Factory, which sold home remedies, medicines, and toiletries. Boley was home to the Boley Carbonating Works Factory, which produced soda water and vinegar. In order for any town to grow, it first needs people and capital. Black towns will be founded by countless different types of business leagues, fraternal orders, chambers of commerce, or individuals with a surplus of cash. The idea was to bring in as many business owners as possible to create an economic boom for the town. Town promoters would petition people to move in and buy as much land as they could. Charles Banks, a wealthy black man, organized the Mound Bayou Bank in 1903. In 1905, local druggist or pharmacist David J. Turner convinced the Businessmen's League to seek a state charter for a bank in Nicodemus, Kansas. Banks provided black towns with a circulation of capital, were able to give loans, and to finance lines of credit from local stores. Some residents would often complain about the way the banking system was run, while others sang its praises. While the banking system wasn't perfect, it was still better than the white and Jewish banking systems that charged 60 to 100% interest on loans. Black banks would only charge 8% interest at most, but were dealing with a limited amount of capital. Property owners paid a 2% tax, 1.5 of which went to the schools, while the remaining 0.5 went to the town's coffers.
You see how we handled our taxes? 2%, 1.5 of that 2% went right to the schools, and the other 0.5 was done to just have on retainer for emergencies and shit like that. That's how we was taxing. Like, come on, man. All these towns needed was more participation, more residents. That's all. More money.
Schools also received all of the revenue collected from the $1 poll tax. Bear in mind that these taxes are being paid while the towns are not getting their proper funds from the state government. Businesses also had to pay yearly or daily license.
Y'all seeing this footage, by the way? Like, I hope y'all enjoying the footage. Like, this is real life. This is 100 years ago that y'all watch it. I don't want that to be lost on y'all. All of this footage is from 100 plus years ago. Women getting their hair done, all of this. This is fire.
and fees. Fortune tellers, auctioneers, and peddlers had to pay $1 to $2 every day that they were in business. Pool halls had to pay $6 for every table in their business. Drugstores had to pay $4 in tax, while big firms like banks paid $25 a year. Between the money scarcity, consistent costs, taxes, and fees, black towns couldn't afford to risk losing a dollar. This is why local businesses in black towns highly emphasize the importance of residents always shopping with them. Despite other non-black businesses having better prices, black newspaper articles and advertisements would always speak of the obligation to shop within your own race.
Now, and I will show y'all examples of that. I just actually ran across an advertisement in a newspaper saying that very thing. Well, I got it paused. Let's read the chat. Sammy says, can you imagine a bank today talking about 60% interest? What in the usury was that? I'm trying to tell you. 60%. 100%. That was what's happening. Yeah, interest was nuts back then.
To many, this was more than just a transaction. This was your financial pledge towards the growth and development of your race. Around this time, mail order companies like Sears, Roebuck and Company were the hot new businesses on the block. All customers had to do was send payment to the company and receive the goods in the mail. The goods were cheaper and had wider variety than most black town shops offered. Town leaders would characterize these companies as an evil threat to black American businesses. Local merchants raised the points that these mail order corporations never extended them credit, never bartered with them when they didn't have cash, and never helped the race.
Like, yo, I brought this up streams ago. Like, yo, what do? Sears and Roebuck got it for cheap or cheaper. And, you know, consumers are going to consume. So the black business owners was like, yo, Bobby, did Sears and Roebuck ever give you a line of credit, nigga, when you was short on my payments? Did I charge you interest? Did I fuck you over, or did I give you more time? How about the time that I looked out for you doing this and I looked out for you doing that? Like, me and you, we had an agreement. And that goes for all of you niggas. Now all of a sudden y'all want to shop at Sears and Roebuck. The white man, the Jewish man, give you a little bit of access, and now all of a sudden you want to give all your money to the white and the Jewish man. That's how y'all repay me? I've been giving you your prescriptions, your motherfucking furniture, your food, everything. I've been providing this shit, and this is how you repay me? Giving your money to the white man because it made it a little bit easier? That motherfucker don't want you walking in his store, so he created a mail order business so you could just give him your money through the mail and he ain't even got to look at you. If Sears and Roebuck actually had a physical business, they wouldn't let you in it, nigga. But you want to give them your money. So they was fighting hard. They was doing everything possible. We talked about the town boosters using FOMO to get the black people there. Using, you know, race pride and all of this other stuff to keep people in the towns. So they didn't move and all of that. These are the things that they consistently had to remind their people of the importance of. That's why I know the minute that the floodgates was open, there was going to be a point of no return when it comes to black American consumerism. Because the minute that black American consumers was able to get just a little bit of access via mail order products, you had black businesses peeping it. Because if you're a black business, you keeping record. You have a bookkeeper, or you are the bookkeeper. And last year this time, I'm making less. Last year this time, I made more money. This year, I'm making less money. Why is that? They were very hyper aware of their cash register and seeing black consumers taking their money out of the community.
They looked at every dollar being spent with those companies as money that would never circulate in their communities again. And they were essentially right. Employment in black towns were a mix between a shortage in some occupations and an overabundance in a select few others. Since residents were always worried about their health, doctors were always in abundance. Another abundant occupation were the ministers. Town leaders even referred to the surplus of preachers as a plague. Whatever factory or manufacturing company that was established in the town provided jobs for local men. Black towns usually hosted dozens of businesses, from general shops, blacksmiths, shoe and dress makers to grocery stores. Many town leaders knew how advantageous it was to have a close relationship with Booker T. Washington. They would often use Washington as a conduit to wealthy white businessmen and politicians.
Look, so y'all know I'm not bullshitting. You know, I don't gotta lie. I never have to lie on the ancestors. I just told you that Booker T. Washington would get money from these white men, and then he would invest it in black American institutions, establishments, and towns. And look, new library at Mount Bayou. Andrew Carnegie make the sole donor, $10,000, the amount given. What the hell is Andrew Carnegie giving a black town $10,000 for? If it's so racist, if it's all white supremacy, why is Andrew Carnegie giving $10,000 to Mount Bayou off the strength of the word of Booker T. Washington? I'm trying to tell you something, fam. Book hopped on the phone again, hopped on the letter again and being like, yo, I just left Mississippi. They're doing amazing things. Isaiah T. Montgomery, I don't know if you ever heard of him, but him and his cousin and his man's Charles Banks, they created this town. They got a bank. They doing their thing. And they need a library. $10,000 is looking like the amount of money that they need. Push that. Push that. And he pushed it. Andrew pushed the bread to an all-black town. There is, give me a reason. Give me a white supremacist reason as to why a white millionaire is giving an all-black town. There are no white people here. $10,000 to build a library. Come on, son. Come on. Don't let narratives that you've been taught since you were a kid cloud your common sense. Cloud it. Don't do that. Uncloud your mind. Think critically. Think for yourself.
Town leaders were able to make requests for outside investment from Washington personally or through his connections. Booker T would also supply black towns with craftsmen of all trades that graduated from Tuskegee Institute to work there. One of the most popular occupations in black towns, of course, was farming. Now, just because black people were able to buy and run a farm doesn't automatically mean they knew the ins and outs of being a good farmer. Newspapers and town leaders would often advise black farmers on crop diversification, good harvesting and storage techniques, and saving for emergencies. In 1909, Charles Banks chastised Mount Bayou farmers for wasting money on hired cotton pickers when their own family members didn't work. Farmers were told to always make sure that their farms were aesthetically pleasing and functional at all times. Farmer families were mandated to subscribe to at least one farm newspaper and have the children read it out loud to the entire family. During this time in American history, most rural and country towns couldn't afford to take a day off. Most residents had too much work to do or had too much debt to participate in leisurely activities. Town leaders and boldly spoke out against residents being too preoccupied with their popular local baseball team. The same was said about what was called Sunday excursions. This was when black town residents would take the train to visit other black communities. While these leisure activities were welcomed and accepted, the fear of these activities keeping residents from work and church was what made town leaders apprehensive of them. Special events, however, were sanctioned. Whether it be the celebration of their emancipation from slavery, the town's founding, or the 4th of July, black towns were no stranger to having a good time. On a smaller scale, local groups would host events in churches and schools, such as speeches, concerts, and recitals. One of the biggest local attractions were public debates. In 1911, a school teacher named Georgia Taliaferro petitioned for there to be a literary society in Clearview and host debates on its behalf. The debates grew large crowds even though most of the subject matter was of no real consequence. Teams would debate resolutions such as laziness is more common among males than among females,
gender war,
and other lighthearted subjects. While black towns often spoke highly of the prestige, freedom, and independence of land ownership to current and prospective residents, town promoters and boosters also boasted about the lucrativeness and profitability of the land itself.
Look at this. Buy property while it is cheap and enjoy the increase in values. Have a number of cheap homes to sell, some on monthly payment plan. If you have something you want to trade off in mercantile stocks, business property, or real estate of any kind, see me at once. I have all sorts of trading propositions. Ardmore City property to trade for farmlands. Also make desirable farm and city loans. So yeah, this was them letting them know. And again, you see, because I'm not a fantastical historian, you see I keep it 100 throughout the entire video. I talk about the ups and downs. I talk about the debt and all of this other stuff. I don't sit here and try to paint a picture of like, oh, it's all perfect at all times and everything. It was no issues. No. We had certain people who were a little bit more preoccupied with having a good time than working. We had some debt that the workers had. The farmers really didn't have any time to have any leisure time. All of that, like there are financial issues happening. I don't sit here and try to paint this narrative like everything was so perfect. Like, no, we needed more money. We needed more hands on deck. We needed more cooperation, more organization. Like, there's a lot of things that were going missing. And we'll see towards the end of the video one of the morals of the story that I came away with.
Papers proclaimed 50 to 200% returns on the land alone. Others claim that just 1 year's harvest would earn enough money to pay off the farm completely.
There we go. Well, if y'all didn't see it, it says the fall of the Black Town. Let's go.
The fall of the Black Town, just like the rise of the Black Town, was contingent upon people and capital. As time passed, Black Town saw fewer of both due to avoidable and unavoidable circumstances. Firstly, promoters were overselling the prosperity of their towns. Hopeful prospects would flock to the towns thinking that they were more established and financially stable than they actually were. In these times, new residents would expect credit to be extended by local stores and...
This says credit only for those who pay promptly. I know it's kind of zoomed in on y'all screens.
In order for them to acquire goods and pay it back once they started earning money. Unfortunately, most stores didn't have enough credit to do so and sometimes overextended credit to their customers. In fact, business failure in Black towns started to increase during these times as well. Residents reported how businesses would pop up, last for some months or a few years, and then be replaced by a new business shortly after. The banking system in Black towns also started to become a problem. Initially funded by wealthy town leaders and businessmen, town banks quickly became low on capital. Charles Banks once requested a loan of $5,000 or $165,000 adjusted for inflation from Booker T. Washington to fund the Bank of Mount Bayou in 1910. The bank had been financially intertwined with the local oil mill, with the success of one hinging on the success of the other. Banks made another request for $15,000 to $20,000 or $470,000 to $627,000, adjusted for inflation, from Washington in 1914. By 1915, the bank and oil mill had failed. Once their bank and their largest manufacturing plant failed, residents of Mount Bayou were significantly demoralized. You see, most Black towns' agriculture was focused on one crop, cotton. Due to their familiarity with the crop during slavery, residents clung to its production and cultivation. For instance, 75%.
So this is actual footage of people picking cotton. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but that was just the start of the chapter or whatever. But that was a very profound thing when it came down to monoculture, where it's like you're only growing one crop. And when the prices of cotton are going up and down, and then it drops, you having all of your farming industry backed by one crop, meaning that you only are selling cotton seed, cotton oil, stuff like that. You're pigeonholing your town economically. And that was a big misstep. That was a big mistake that they made. We're only growing one crop, especially with all of the knowledge of different crops that they did grow throughout the South and stuff like that. But these particular towns that I was focusing on, these 5 towns that I said I was talking about, that was the main crop that they grew, was cotton.
Percent of all crops grown in Mount Bayou was cotton. Not only were Black towns too focused on one crop, cotton wasn't as versatile of a cash crop like wheat or livestock. Once the price of cotton dramatically decreased over the years, especially in 1913 and 1914, it caused a domino effect on the economy. When the cotton prices fell, the value of businesses and assets that were collateralized by them fell as well.
So again, you get a loan to open up your business and you collateralize that loan based upon your cotton. You feel me? It's no different when I tell y'all that I borrow against my stock portfolio, or people borrow against their stock portfolios. Yes, you can borrow against your stock portfolio or your assets, but if the value of your assets drop dramatically, then yeah, you can get a margin call. Like you can have the bank or your lender being like, yo, because of the value of your collateral dropping so much, we need payment right now, or we gotta close the loan, or give you a foreclosure. And so everybody's banking on cotton. That's a problem.
These devalued businesses and assets made it almost impossible for merchants to turn a profit, and this lack of profit was exacerbated by cash-poor customers who needed store credit in order to buy goods. Political and economic discrimination played a major role in the deterioration of black towns, as they were routinely robbed by their state governments. White people controlled the allocation of tax revenue and would often misappropriate funds. Schools, roads, bridges, and other infrastructural amenities went underfunded or not funded at all, despite black towns paying their fair share of taxes.
That's when I get involved, or that's when I start, blaming external parties when shit is undeniably corrupt and wrong. There is nothing that a black American could have done to not combat, because they could have combated it, but to, in the moment of their money being stolen from them, they're paying taxes on time, they're being self-sufficient, they're being independent, and then these people are literally stealing from them. So again, of course, the course of action is to hold these people accountable through the legal system and stuff like that. But as far as it being done in practice, like the actual stealing of the money and all of that, I'm not blaming black people for that at all.
White residents in nearby communities would refuse to sell, rent, or lease land to residents in black towns. White business owners would make pledges and oaths to never hire black employees. They would also do their best to discourage any black people from moving into the area in general. When you combine all of these factors, it is only natural that residents would start moving away. In this capacity, there were two major exoduses that took place at the end of black town life: Canada and Africa. Apparently, Canada, more specifically West Canada, was thought to be a safe haven for black Americans seeking freedom. About 200 black American immigrants lived in Saskatchewan by 1909.
You see, they got the advertisements and all of that. They was going to Canada for some reason, man. Never me. Never me, son. Never me.
However, this move was done in spite of the Canadian government not wanting these newcomers. As you can imagine, many black town leaders vehemently spoke out against this move, as well as the move to Africa. Initially, when people would bring moving to Africa up, it was usually met with skepticism and disinterest.
Look at this. The American Negro is not wanted in Africa. I'm trying to tell you, like, there were black men who were speaking out against the Back to Africa movement early on. Bruce Grit was one of them.
Most black Americans did not.
Look, America has nothing dear to hearts of American black men. Like, yeah, I be talking about like the diaspora wars and all that other stuff. So I'm telling you, there's nothing new under the sun, especially as it pertains to black Americans. Your ancestors 100% went through it already. They already dealt with this already. I can guarantee you.
Identify with Africa and would often say so. However, after seeing the collapse of these towns they believed in, black residents were at least willing to listen. In August 1913, an African chief named Alfred Charles Sam from the Gold Coast, or today's Ghana, came to Oklahoma and started promoting the exodus to Africa. He described Africa as a place where diamonds washed up after a heavy rain, where crops grew enormously, and it would only cost $25 or $791 adjusted for inflation for the voyage to the continent. About 600 residents sold their homes, their land, their farms, and other assets to buy shares in the Akim Trading Company, Ltd.
So, it was more than that, obviously. Just look at this article right here. 2,500 enlist for a trip to Africa. And they was leaving Arkansas. They was deserting their farms, fam. They had land. They had acreage. And they sold it to buy a ticket to get on a boat to go to Africa.
Their farms and other assets to buy shares in the Akim Trading Company, Ltd.
Well, that's really what it was, to buy shares in this this random West African who came to America and just said, yo, I'm a chief. That's all he said. I'm a chief from where I'm from in Africa. Come buy into my business, and you can come back to Africa with me, where it's so lit, it's so perfect, and all of that other stuff. And it's no diss to my Africans. You feel me?
But I am not selling my farm to move to a place I have never seen before, sight unseen, son. No, absolutely not. Because they were effectively homeless, these people created makeshift shanty towns as they awaited their voyage. A large number of the hopeful people died from disease, malnutrition, and exposure to extreme weather. Legal and financial problems hindered Sam's progress.
Look, Chief Sam's ship heavily in debt
as well. After
blacks gather for exodus to the Gold Coast, lured by glittering prospectus, thousands of Negroes go to New York. Chief Sam, however, fails to show up.
Almost 2 years of waiting, planning, and anticipation, the voyage to Africa was barely a success. Due to the ship's small size, only 60 out of the 500 remaining residents were able to make the trip. Once these people arrived, they commented that the agricultural practices of the area were primitive and the customs of the people were strange.
So, look, of the people who actually were able to make it, they make it to Africa and they are immediately, oh, son was lying. This is nothing like I'm used to. This is nothing like he said. And now I'm here. I'm in West Africa. I have absolutely no idea what I am doing. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Real rap. I waited for 2 years. I sold my farm because I thought I was leaving that summer. And then I had to build a fucking shanty for me and my family to live in for 2 years while we waited for this random African dude to bring us a ship to go to Africa. This is real life. This shit really happened. You see, these are all headlines. There's multiple headlines on this one story.
Most of the voyagers returned to America in an even worse state than they left. Another problem for the black towns was the overall ending of American small towns in general. In the same way big corporations took over large parts of the market share in the country, larger towns and cities began to absorb residents from small towns who sought a better life. This only accelerated the fall of black towns. By the late 1910s to the early 1920s, black town populations were dropping dramatically. The majority of the remaining residents were older in age because the younger people left in search for work in the cities. The Great Depression was the final blow to many black towns. By 1939, Boley residents didn't have enough money to pay their taxes and the town declared bankruptcy. The railroad tracks that ran through the town were ripped up. By the mid-1940s, black populations dwindled to just hundreds of people from their peak of several thousand. The Blacktown experiment of the 19th century was an ambitious goal achieved by people who were not only sabotaged and discriminated against throughout their entire mission, but were also bought, sold, and traded as capital just years prior to their establishment. It's very clear to me what went wrong and what went right when it comes to the black town. There was obvious societal and governmental discrimination, an exaggeration of prosperity, economies that were almost always based on the monoculture of a failing crop with no real utility, leading to a lack of manufacturing. This lack of manufacturing led to the lack of businesses being able to buy and sell goods, which led to the overall lack of employment, which led to the residents not having enough money to make ends meet. All this while everyone, including the banks, were operating with borrowed money. What black towns and their leaders got right, however, was using their physical and mental abilities to create something out of nothing. They emphasized social cohesion, education, high moral standards, family, enterprising, investing, and cooperative economics. They understood the power of private ownership, freedom of association, autonomy, and independence. They worked hard to establish and maintain something that many believed to be impossible. They put their best foot forward in uplifting themselves from a place of servitude, bondage, and oppression to dictating their own destiny. In 1893, these all-black towns would attract none other than Ottawa O.W. Gurley, the man that would go on to buy 40 acres of land in Tulsa and founded the Greenwood District, also known as Black Wall Street, in 1905. But you tell me, what do you think the town leaders did correctly? What do you think they got wrong? What would you have done differently if you were in their shoes? Be sure to keep your answer in the historical context as much as possible. Several towns like Boley and Clearview still stand today. Most of the residents are direct descendants of the pioneers of the land. While they may not be as large or bustling as they once were, these towns still hold a deep-rooted history that continues to elicit pride in the people that live there. All right,
so that's the end of episode 2. I gave y'all that for the free. You know what I mean? That's already on YouTube anyway, so it doesn't matter. But so that was Black American Towns. I gave you the great, the good, and the bad, and I stand by it. You know that aged like fine wine. It was already old wine in the first place. It was already vintage. I think I did it a good service. But when it comes to the lessons, I want to know, you know, since I got y'all here, what would you have done different? You know, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? You know, all of the questions that I asked in the video. I'll go first, so you know, because I know y'all got to catch up to my question anyway when it comes to the lag, or the delay. So for me, again, I'm diversifying the crops. First and foremost, all of the things that we can do. So I'm diversifying the crops. Um, I am making sure that when we do invest, it's investing in appreciating assets, land, and things of that nature. I'm also directly going head to head with the local government and them stealing our tax money. I'm making, you know, I'm creating an entire department, an entire organization strictly for that purpose. So we're going to tackle the robbery that's happening up on at the state legislature. Um, what else am I doing differently? I think that's about it. Oh yeah, I'm definitely pushing the campaign to make sure that you are circulating your dollars inside of the Black American communities. What I would do, one, I would try to do business with Sears and Roebuck to get my products in there. If that can't work, because you know they got their own stuff, then I'm 100% going to lower my prices and be able to compete with them as best as I can, all the while reminding all of my consumers, all of my shoppers of their importance to me as a business owner. And I'm going to use whatever surplus that I have to invest back into the community for sure. For sure. Let's check the chat. Sam says, bro, that's basically 10% of the people who sold their land and being unable to even get on a boat. Yep. Yep. Big scam. Big scam. Sam the scammer. He wasn't even a chief back home either. He wasn't even a chief back home, Sammy. So yeah, y'all tell me what y'all would have done different, um, as far as running the town. Mr. X says, "Peace, gang. Where do you find your archive footage?" Uh, where did I find that? I ain't gonna lie. I think I got it from YouTube. To be totally honest, I think I got it from YouTube. I don't all the way remember. It might have been YouTube. Um, but I ain't gonna lie, man. Like the way I be searching shit sometimes, I just be uncovering stuff, fam. I want to say YouTube, but I know something else other than YouTube. I just can't think of it right now. What I will say is, look up it's because I've used it before. Anytime that I use their footage, it's actually watermarked, and they use the acronym FILM. You know, film. Forgot what it's short for, but what is that shit called? Let me see if I can find it for you, bro. Film. Film archives. It's one of them. It's like an obvious name that I'm trying to get. Once that loads up, no, none of those. Even though I do use those, but no, it's not that. It's not what I was thinking about. Film archives. That's this is it right here. Yep, this is it right here. FILM. This is where I go. You feel me? This is where I go. One of the sites that I go to. So I be giving y'all sauce. I'll be giving y'all sauce, yo. Hopefully y'all just take advantage of it. You know what I mean? that's that one. And the last video we gonna watch tonight before we get into the archives is what? How long is this one? Yeah, okay. Perfect thing to end on. Perfect. As far as the Patreon. Patreon.com/slash Hotep History. I want to see all of y'all's names in the Patreon. Subscribe. Patreon.com/slash Hotep History. Period. Come through. Come rock out. Let me close that. Uh-huh. Alright, so this video is super short. We're gonna get into it. Let's see. Oh, the chat is they answered me. Let's see what chat's saying. Keep ownership of our entertainment. Okay, got that. Let's see. Sammy says I will require foreign-born blacks to live and settle for 2-3 years prior to requesting loans or investment. Be a deterrent for the down. Oh, he's asking, would requiring foreign blacks to live and settle for 2 or 3 years prior to requesting loans or investment be a deterrent for the downfall scams? Yes, but that because like even when they sold their land, they likely sold it to another black person. But yes, I think that's fair, especially back then. 2 years minimum before you can start before you can start requesting loans. Well, I'll say requesting loans is a little bit different because you're gonna have to pay that back. Investments, that's a little bit different than loans. So I do think that it would deter just off the strength of you having to have skin in the game and be in here. And you already know there's already rules on the books that you can't even be a grown man in this town without a job. So you need to be working every day and contributing to the economy. Mr. X says also encourage universal businesses, all demographics. Universal businesses. What you mean, like having like Italian business owners and German business owners inside of the black town, or doing business with Italian businesses and German businesses and stuff like that? I would, if you're talking the latter, what I'm saying, I would definitely rock with that, like them doing business with these people. Now I'm cool with that. And mandatory militias, for sure. Got to keep I would automatically pull from our veteran class, all of our veterans who want to protect the communities. Definitely creating militias, and they had them too. If you watch Black American Self-Defense, I think that was episode 3. Yeah, it was episode 3 of Hotep History. If you watch Hotep History, episode 3 is all about Black American self-defense, and I talk about black militias in that episode. All right, so let's get into it.
So one of my followers and Patreon subscribers, Hotep Oz, asked me this question. I would like to know more about the impact black associations had on the overall black population. So, American Negro associations grew in prominence during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. This was largely born from the members of Booker T. Washington's National Negro Business League. They were primarily created to aggregate all the...
Look at this. National Association of Negro Musicians, a historic organization since 1919.
The black American professionals.
Look, this is the National Association of Negro Bowlers. Bowling, my nigga.
And business owners in any particular industry to consult, cooperate, enterprise, and exchange information amongst each other. Now, during their heyday, there were dozens of them ranging from every American industry possible. Like, here are just a few of them. The National Negro Bankers Association, the National Negro Press Association, the National Association of Negro Funeral Directors, the National Negro Bar Association, the National Association of Negro Insurance, the National Negro Medical Association, the National Association of Negro Real Estate Dealers, and the National Negro Finance Corporation.
So this is what I'm saying. Covering all of these bases, I would tap into these organizations as far as the solutions that I would put in the black towns. It's like I'm contacting all of these different people and being like, "Yo, we need to have a branch in this neighborhood and get as many people to come through, bring their business, bring their money, bring their their dollars and all of that other stuff to invest, and 100% keep the organizations afloat." But as you can see, there wasn't a single piece of of American industry that Black Americans didn't create an association for. Banking, real estate, finance, like you name it, they had it. Amazing.
These associations would have chapters in every major city where black people lived, and then every year they would come together for conferences and conventions. Now, these organizations were the bedrock to hundreds of
The National Association of Negro Business and Professional Women's Club. Like, come on.
not thousands of black
Oh yeah, this is a cool book too. This is just a directory of all of the black businesses in Essex County in New Jersey.
American businesses, and plenty of them still exist today. Just
Look, 1895, the National Medical Association. This is a black-owned association. I don't know if it's black-owned still, but this was a black-founded organization, a National Medical Association.
without Negro in the title.
And so when it came down to, I think I said this on stream before, but when it came down to, black versus white and the namings of it, black people would use national, and then the white Americans would use American in their titles. So white Americans had the American Bar Association, um, and white people, excuse me, black Americans had the National Bar Association, and white people had the American Bar Association, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I mean as far as our self sufficiency. So that was the sneak preview of Patreon, the Patreon for Hotep History. Hopefully that gave you some incentive to come rock and subscribe. Let's get into some more content. I'm going crazy with the history today. Let's see. Let's go to the top. Let's go to the top. Let's see if we can, we'll start from the top when it comes to this. So we already did Willie Butler. That's a previous stream. Did that. We found half of this stuff on stream. Okay, this one right here. These are success stories of sharecroppers. We're not gonna read all three, but I thought this was super dope. 1963 is the year. We got Tommy Huron, or Huron, the Tommy Huron family of Bolivar County in the Mound Bayou community. So we was just talking about Mound Bayou. Right? In the black towns. Operate a 407-acre farm. They own 320 acres and rent. And this is in 1963, by the way. They own 320 acres and rent 87 acres. The main crops are cotton, soybeans, corn, oats, and wheat. They produce and conserve a large portion of their food supply on the farm. Their life on the farm began as sharecroppers. In 1931, they cleared enough money to buy a mule and some farm equipment, at which time they started renting land, beginning with 20 acres. After 2 years, they were able to buy another mule and additional equipment and rented another 20 acres of land. In 1938, they bought 2 more mules and worked 90 acres of land. In 1939, they moved to Mount Bayou community and purchased 45 acres of land. This was the starting point for many things. Since that time, they have increased their acreage to 320, and at the same time, they have increased their family with 16 children. Woof. The Hurons say that a great portion of their success is due to the county extension workers helping them to plan their farm operation and family living. They have assisted them in getting soil tests made, having soil and water conservation map, having soil and water conservation map, planting soybeans as a cash crop and a soil builder, limed land and fertilized according to soil test recommendation rotation of crops. Now, and the same thing that I just said, I didn't plan this because you already know my brain too scattered to even plan shit like this. So when it comes down to the solutions that I said I would do as far as Mount Bayou was create more crops. And a lot of people don't know this, but soy is good for the soil. So that was already good. So that's putting nutrients right back into the soil. But he grew more than one thing. They was able to keep the soil healthy, et cetera, et cetera. So Mrs. Heron says that when they first began their family, they did not follow the live at home program and had to buy most of their food. But she later learned the advantage of producing, and conserving food for home use, as well as learning to manage her home better by sewing and making clothes for their children. She feels that learning to grow a year round garden or truck patch, canning and freezing food, and sewing for the family has helped them save money to buy more land and at the same time help to improve their family's health. This is what I am saying to y'all in 2025. Self-sufficiency and being conservative in this way. So I try to tell y'all, when I say historically black Americans are conservative, I'm not talking about just politics. I'm talking about lifestyle here. I'm talking about being self-sufficient. I'm talking about being able to can and freeze and preserve your own foods. That's what I'm talking about. Making your own clothes. That's what I'm talking about. That's where we come from. That is black American culture. When niggas get to telling you about black American culture, remember this. Remember what Doe Dubes is telling you. Remember what President Dubes is telling you. This is black American culture. If that shit, when they tell you what black American culture is, and that shit don't sound like self-sufficiency, that shit don't sound like conservatism, pragmatic conservatism, if that shit is not sounding like land in private ownership, if that shit is not talking about growing your own foods, making your own clothes, building your own homes, building your own shit, owning your own shit, being masters of your own fucking destiny, being able to, share with people that you fellowship with and all of that shit, then it's not real. That's that post 1965 bullshit that they done sprinkled in, that the white man and non-black people in general are trying to put into the black American zeitgeist. And that's what we're fighting against. This is black American culture. Owning hundreds of acres of land. That's what black American culture is. All right, we're going to read the second one. Come on. Folks shook their heads when this Mississippi farmer bought poor hilly land. It's a different story now. So it already sounds like motherfuckers was hating. Motherfuckers was doubting. Let's see. Folks shook their heads and said I wouldn't be able to raise even a fuss on the poor hilly land when I bought it 30 years ago, $2 an acre. Recalls John Burkhalter, an outstanding colored farmer of Prentiss, Mississippi. But today, he and his wife wouldn't take $100 an acre for their 457-acre farm. So he bought it for $2 an acre, and now, 30 years later, he won't even listen to somebody talking about $100 an acre. My goodness. 50x? 50 times? So I got this little thing that I have, right? It's called a gains calculator. So we can actually look up what those gains are. Baby Pips. I use Baby Pips. Shout out to my boy Carl. He put me onto this years ago. I'm typing with one hand. That's why I'm typing slow. Don't judge me. All right. So the starting balance was $2. Right? The ending balance would be $100. Look at that. Almost a 5,000% gain. 5,000%. He won't take a 5,000% gain. He won't sell for a 5,000% gain. Even though I only bought it for $2 an acre, I won't even sell this shit to you niggas for $100 an acre at all. Gotta come higher than that. 30 years. That's what I call investment right there. 5,000% in 30 years. Jesus. Incredible. Incredible. Let's get back to it. Come on, hurry up and load. There we go. We back. We back. We bike. All right. So it's 104. Okay. Cool. 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 A bale to the acre cotton and 60 bushels per acre corn are grown in the valleys, and 300 head of quality beef cattle and more than 100 hogs are grazing clovers and bahia grass on the hillsides. Near the gate stands an attractive, well-furnished 7-room home Mr. Buckhalter built mostly with his own hands. With his own hands. 7-bedroom. 7-room. 2 home freezers in the cellar are replenished frequently to keep the family and 5 hired workers well fed. So he got 5 farm hands. It's hundreds of acres. I don't blame him. Almost any day, the Burkhalters may look up and see their county agricultural extension agent, Jasper B. Davis, or their home demonstration agent, Mrs. Deborah G. Polk, with a group of farmers or homemakers anxious to observe good examples of modern farming and homemaking. In their soil conservation district, through which they have been aided in the construction of 13 ponds for their livestock, seldom plans a tour without including their farm in it. See? So now people are coming from miles around to see this black family run their farm. These all are sharecroppers, by the way. Sharecroppers. But getting where we are hasn't been easy, says Mr. Burkhalter, and who started doing a man's plowing at 11 when his father died, and he and his mother and an older sister continued sharecropping. So he started doing this at 11 years old. Finally, in 1918, they paid $50 down on 80 acres and spent the next 8 years paying the remaining $300. A little later, Mr. Burkhalter started buying 258 acres of his own for $2 an acre. It was then that his neighbors shook their heads and warned that he would never be able to raise anything on that poor hilly land. This is exactly what they said to Junius G. Groves when he bought the 80 acres. When he bought the 80 acres, it was fertile as hell, actually, but they was hating and said, oh, you bought this 80 acres, you put this much down, you're not going to be able to pay it back, and you're going to lose your initial investment. Just hating, just running their goddamn mouth. Just running their mouth. Same thing they said to him. But the farmer began clearing some of the trees with an axe and selling the wood door to door in town. A chemical company came along and bought the stumps, and soon he was planting a little cotton. Terraces, contour tillage, cover crops, and soil tests recommended by the Soil Conservation Service technician, together with with advice from the county agent, have meant the difference, he says. So having these people, who are experts in the field helped him out. This is what I said in the video. Just because you own land doesn't automatically mean that you are a good farmer. Just because you're a sharecropper doesn't mean you're good at what you do. So thankfully he used the resources that he had to become a better farmer, and it clearly worked because they were testing the soil, they were giving him tips and tricks on how to be able to be a viable farmer, and he actually took heed to the advice. Within a few years, he had the deed to the farm in his pocket and was proposing to his sweetheart. Look at that. Look at that. Got himself established, got the land, and then look, it's time to get married. They soon married and began planning to buy more land. Look at that. Come on, man. They're doing exactly what this is exactly what I be talking about. Let's go. The couple earned extra money raising chickens and hogs. They peddled fryers and fresh pork in town, but seldom felt they could afford a chicken or a piece of pork for themselves, even on Sunday. 400 acres are in pastures, 175 in corn, 20 in cotton, some in woodland, and the rest in oats, peanuts, and sugarcane. Look at that. Diverse crops. All the cotton is handled by 3 tenant families on the place. So they got sharecroppers on their land. They don't tell you about that. They don't tell you about the black men and women who own land and they were the actual landlords and they had the sharecroppers on their land. Why would they tell you that? That would give black Americans autonomy and power and agency. But anyway, where we at? Families on the place. While the farmer and his 5 hired workers devote themselves to livestock production. Some of the animals are offspring of his brood stock. Others are bought, finished out, and sold. Mr. and Mrs. Burkhalter have 2 daughters and 15 grandchildren. One of their grandsons, John Newsom, lived with them. He hopes to study agriculture at one of the land grant colleges, which is the HBCUs, and one day take over the farm. Look at that. Legacy, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, chat. I'm kind of tired tonight. I got a phone call at 11. We went through a bunch of videos. I think this one was action-packed as far as content is concerned. I think we're going to call it a night. How long we been rocking tonight? Got to be at least 3 hours, right? Oh, we about to be in 4 hours. So, yeah, it was about that time anyway. Oh, man. I appreciate y'all, man. We're not going to go to the archives tonight. We kind of did go to the archives just off of the strength of all of the different newspapers that we saw. I was reminded of Brooklyn and New Philadelphia, Illinois. So that was dope. I implore you guys to subscribe to patreon.com/Hotep History. Make that happen. We're going to rock out with the next 5 minutes. All right, let's use the next 5 minutes to just read the third story, right? Let's not go incomplete. So the Tommy Lee Hickman family of Winston County, who live 8 miles south of Louisville, Mississippi, own and operate 219 acres of land, of which 87 acres is under cultivation, 112 in pasture and woodland. Their cash crops are cotton, hogs, and timber. He is now beginning to improve his pasture to take care of his small dairy herd. He plans to add some beef cattle as soon as he gets necessary pasture improved. He had his soil tested, followed fertilizer recommendations, and planned winter cover crops each year. 90 acres of his forestry has been improved by cutting out undesirable trees among the pines. Terraces and V-ditches have been completed on the rolling soil to prevent further erosion. Strategy. Even when it comes to this stuff, I just see strategy. Let's see. He had his soil tested. Oh, we already read that. He says the use of recommended amounts of fertilizer, rotation of crops, planting winter cover crops, following the poison schedule to control the boll weevil, and other improved farming practices raised my cash income to the point where we began in 1961 on a long desired venture of my wife and family, that is to have a new home to live in. That's what's up. A modern brick veneer, 9-room house, 9-room over here, complete with a carport and family room was built. Each room is handsomely decorated with harmonizing colors throughout.
They have a fully equipped bathroom, hot and cold running water. The utility room is equipped with a storage closet, washing machine, and 2 home freezers. The yard has been landscaped and sodded with Bermuda grass. All right, ryegrass was planted in the fall to keep the yard pretty and green during the winter months. Look at that. Eve, they flipping grass to make it look nice all year round. The Hickmans say that they purchased this 219-acre farm in 1942 for $1,400. They made a $200 down payment, and the balance was paid at the rate of $250 a year for the next 5 years. Oh my goodness. I think even adjusted for inflation, that's super low. Let's go. We gotta hit the calculator. This was 1940 what? 1940 what? They bought this? 1942. $1,400 for $1,450. So $1,450 in 1942. We gotta see how much that was worth. What's the equivalent? 28,000. Okay. So 30 G's. 30 G's for 219 acres. Which is still a steal. Like, this is still great. That's still a good deal. I'd buy that right now. 30,000 for 219 acre farms? For a 290 acre farm? What? It's crazy. Definitely doing that. Mr. Hickman says, when we purchased this farm in 1942, there were only 30 acres that could be used for row crops and pastures. The rest of the land was covered with bushes, trees, vines, gullies, and ditches. Very soon after we bought the place, we began to clean it up. After clearing some of the land, we called on our county agent to assist us in constructing terraces and ditches on the place to help control the water. We also planted different grasses in the pastures. There were no ponds on the place where they purchased it. Today, there are 4, 2 for livestock and 2 for fish. The trees on the place were and still mostly pine. From these trees, they averaged about $300 a year in cash income. Come on, yo. They smoking shit. Crop yields were low when they purchased this farm. The cotton crop averaged about a half a bale per acre, and corn was from 15 to 20 bushels per acre. A peak in production for them was in 1952. That year, their cotton yield was 2 bales per acre. Since then, they averaged from 1.5 to 2 bales per acre. Their corn production has increased to 100 bushels per acre some years. Today, with a family of 14, they wasn't playing, including 4 married and 8 children living at home, the Hickmans can boast of being able to feed this large family from food produced at home. Mrs. Hickman says, quote, we have plenty of food in our 2 20-foot freezers. 20-foot freezers. And they stay full of meat. They stay full most of the time, excuse me. We make most of the clothing for the family, household, we make most of the clothing for the family, household linens, curtains, and draperies. If we had not learned to live at home, we would not be able to enjoy our lovely new home. Man, listen, I want to see like the 21st century success stories that is shitting on this. That's better than this. Like, these 3 stories were amazing, fam. Amazing. And they inspire me. This stuff, I nerd out over this type of stuff, man. I truly do, because I truly believe this is the Black American way. I truly believe this is the Black American dream. Being self-sufficient, yo. They built their own homes on their own land, created their own meals, like grew their own food, made their own clothes, kept their money. Like, they were rich because of this. After you do all of this saving, after you do all of this conserving, after you do all of this self-sufficient stuff, then you can get the luxuries and the non-essentials and all of that other stuff, but not a minute before. You gotta set the foundation first, son. You have to. You have to be able to set the foundation first. And that's what these 3 stories tell me, that they took care of home first. This man is out there clearing land, chopping wood, selling wood, growing crops. The wife is in the crib, making sure the crib is taken care of, doing everything that she can, homemaking, dressmaking, clothes making, food making, making sure the food is stored, frozen, the freezer is full most of the year, the kids are well fed, taken care of. Like, everybody is doing their part. And because of the large acreage, nobody has to leave. 14 children, 4 of them married. But their parents have hundreds of acres of land. Why would you leave and go anywhere? Just build your house on the land. This is what Black American culture is all about, fam. It wasn't like when we was reading the traditions yesterday, where dude said kicking your kid out at 18, and here you are, and here we are in 1940 something, 1950 something, where an entire family of 14 is living on one land, and 4 of the 14 are married outside of their parents. That's 5 married couples on the land. And nobody was like, get the hell out the house. And if you were technically getting out the house, you were just building your own on the land. That's Black American culture. Pooling your resources. That's Black American culture. This bullshit that they done remixed after 1965, that's cultural Marxism. That's not Black American swag at all. Now we're gonna, because of the type of swag that we have, we can infuse our swag into anything, including communism. Including communism. But yeah. So I appreciate you guys, man, for coming out. I went another 10 minutes. So as always, I ain't gonna make this intro all long and drawn out. Listen, you can't get to the future without the present. You can't be in the present without the past. We don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. Thank you for watching. And as always, Hotep and Bill.